ask anything. You don't even greet. As soon as you realize it, so and so, you begin barking orders or asking questions, and then you cut it off immediately. So the AI could end up doing the same thing to us. And these are things it may, and also you remember it's also trained on a foreign corpus largely. So is it going to transform us into a new culture, into a new way of interacting? So this is part of the basics. I know you don't normally call it infrastructure, but I'm really working on these ideas and I hope to publish soon. Okay, so let's go on to the next thing, which is I'm calling I hope I can pronounce that word, epistemological infrastructure. And this is, what about our knowledge? Yeah, very important. A lot of it is not formally recorded. We haven't decided on the format of that capture. Yeah, and it's in music, in folklore, in our traditional medicinal knowledge. One day I went to visit my Maasai relatives, and one of them took me for a walk, and we kept stopping because what they told me is, you know, the young Maasai Morans, they go into the bush to become men, and they have to survive. That's one of the things. You have to feed yourself, you have to medicate yourself. You know, I had never known that. So they know all the medicinal plants. Yeah. So they tell me this is for, you know, if you have a headache, this plant, you pick it and you do this. They actually, at the University of Nairobi, they had even realized that the first effective male contraceptive in the world came from the Maasai, because, you know, they had to be away from home for a long time. So they also had a solution for that. Yeah. And that's a very important piece of scientific knowledge, which was not recorded for a long time. It just resided in the minds of the Moran. So how are we? I made it that bad. I'm sorry if I was cheeky, just to show you that it's not only about traditional dances and so on. It's also about important scientific knowledge, which is not captured. We have to work hard now, especially in the age of AI, to capture that information. Otherwise, it's lost. The next one, trust. Somebody talked about trust yesterday. I think it was Dr. Mwanzia. But now this is such a critical thing. And can we trust the architecture of AI? How many of us understand it, exactly how it works? And I have many stories, but I can't tell them now because of the time. But we need to know what's under the bonnet. Yeah, we cannot continue to just use this without being sure that we trust what is under the AI bonnet. The second thing, of course, we need the rules, and the Romanian ambassador has convinced us that it's not just local rules. We need international rules and policies and laws so that we can trust the technology. It doesn't stop at the border. It's a global infrastructure. It's a global resource. And then the resilience, the cybersecurity, which I think this conference is about. I mean, I have my own ideas about AI security, but there's no time to talk about them. But at least many others will talk about it. The assurance, can we ensure? Can we protect by our frameworks, but also by actual facilities within the society which help us to protect ourselves from the impacts and risks of AI? And then the accountability. Will people, whether it's the developers of AI, whether it's the infrastructure which needs to be kept in operation, whether it's the educational institutions, People need to know that if I do the wrong thing, there's a way of holding me accountable. If there's no way of holding all these different ecosystems accountable, then we can never truly trust AI. Okay, so I won't, oh, sorry, am I in the wrong place? Okay. So I won't go into this because yesterday we had the senior government officials telling us what they're doing. But maybe I'll just focus on the last point, which is, of course, we need a vision. The first point, which is, can people really see what this future is going to look like? Could we, as those of you who are Kenyans, have seen what the mobile money future was going to look like, or the mobile phone future? It's completely changed our lives and our society in this particular country. Yeah. Maybe it would have come in faster if somebody could have shown us what it could achieve for us. And I'll just jump to the last one because it's not obvious. Smart values. AI, ICT, very important that we have ethics and good accountability because there's no person we can eyeball. Yeah, we trust devices every day. We trust systems every day. And if there are no values underlying them, we could be in a lot of trouble without knowing it. Thanks for nodding, Mutheo. It makes me feel reassured. Okay, so now we'll say a little bit about the applications. I'm sure I'm overrunning time, but I really think some of the areas we can benefit from this technology is not even the fancy things. It can help us deliver health better and education, agriculture, environment, to manage our energy. And this is, if I was involved in any AI strategy globally, I'd say use it here. Yeah. Something I'm very passionate about. We know that Kenyan young students really struggle with subjects like mathematics. Why are we not using AI tutoring systems to support every child in Kenya to learn maths at their pace and get the fundamental concepts? Yeah, instead of relying on a teacher who has 104 students in her classroom trying to teach subtraction or division, yeah, to a mixed group, a normal curve of students. Yeah, we can use AI to flatten the education curve. And we can do the same in health. We can help doctors focus more on priority issues than having a long queue of common and garden variety ailments when the accident is coming in and they need to deal with that. Social transformation, standardizing and upscaling our, oops, I'm going in the wrong direction again. Oh. Yes. Why don't we look at our successful sectors? You know, in Kenya, a lot of people are employed in transport. A lot of people are involved in small trade activities. Yeah, AI can really help them monitor quality, standardize certain aspects of their work, deal with multilingual issues. Yeah, so let's not just look at the cutting edge. Let's look at how this technology can upscale and support some of our sectors which are already successful, but they can do better. Like transport, we can start dealing with traffic management. We can start dealing with making matatus and things like that much safer using AI. Am I going in the right direction? Yes, okay. the fintech and the innovation ecosystem. Where's our problem there? Our problem there is most people make a wonderful innovation. What do? They sell it to a venture capitalist, foreign. That's probably the best that they can hope for is just to sell it to a foreign venture capitalist. I'm sorry that the Israeli ambassador was not able to share what they do with their young innovators, because it's very, very interesting and could form a best practice for countries like Kenya. So if you don't know, please try and find out. Yeah, market discovery, connecting people with the diaspora so that at least Kenyans can invest. What do Kenyans in the diaspora invest in? Just building a house or something, or some rental flats. Why can't they invest in our innovators, assisted by AI, to manage the process? Am I going in the right direction? Too fast. Whoops. Yeah, it's okay if I go too fast. So the most important thing underpinning all these things, of course, is people, because all these technologies, at the end of the day, they're supposed to serve people. Now, oops, my phone is misbehaving. I'm sorry. Yeah. So, oh, sorry, I've gone too far. It seems I'm touching it like a farmer, not like an AI specialist. Okay. So right now, one of the struggles which the government is having, and I don't know why you didn't invite me to speak yesterday, because I'd have hopefully had a chance to influence them, is our influencers are really giving the government, they're creating memes and saying nasty things. I don't think it's about law. Why don't you redirect them by creating a lot of work? Because we need a lot of those memes for development and for training and for marketing. So if there was work in that area, when I come to ask the creator to do a nasty meme about the government, they'll tell me I don't have time. Yeah, I've got too much work to do on the positive end. And for me, that's the way I believe in solving problems, not creating laws. I mean, why would I want my young people in jail? Yeah, I need them to create wealth. So let me find positive things for them to do by having a national strategy of using that kind of content for national development. AI for human worth, increasing learning opportunities for all, identifying talent. I know one of my former students it has really developed AI for talent identification, so that as you work, it can also tell you what you're good at, what your strengths are. And that's really important nowadays, because it's not just a matter of applying for a job. It's very competitive environment. So it's so important to match talent with opportunity in an efficient and effective way. We don't want everybody writing 100 CVs and 100 different companies. Why not go to a company where you have a 1 in 3 chance of getting the job rather than a 1 in 400 chance of getting the job? Because your talents have already been identified. These are all things where AI can help us. I'm almost finished, so if you're despairing, please have a little hope. So something I'm very passionate about, I think Africans really need to work together. So let's use the technology, let's use every opportunity to make sure that we're sharing what we know, we're sharing our value and ethics systems, and we're sharing our pride when we succeed. One of my values is whenever an African wins, if I see it anywhere on the stage, I always put a congratulatory comment. And I think we can really encourage one another and build up this continent using the same technology. I think I'm at the end or near the end, but let's have some closing insights. So it's not going to be about gadgets or grants. It's about building human-machine collaboration and partnerships, and building people's confidence, conscience, and creativity, making them better people as a result of interacting with AI. And so it's not just about artificial intelligence, it's about authentic intelligence, radiant with African intelligence and values. My last slide I had to show off. So change is coming. It's inevitable. So let's embrace it. Thank you very much.
Before you sit, I'd like to take a picture with Ambassador.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to, thank you, Dr. Kate. I'm going to ask that the two keynote speakers, Ambassador, Your Excellency, and Dr. Kate Gitau, if you would please just, for posterity, just standing right in front, stage here. Our official photographer. Let's appreciate these two ladies who have been contributed to our conversations here. Asante, we can do better than that, guys. Quite insightful perspectives they have given us. Wametuchangia kidogo. Karibu sana. We will move to our first panel today, and I would like to invite our moderator for our first panel, Nabiha. She's the product lead, product and research lead at Seriano. And please, I'm going to ask that you please do come up here. You do have the profiles of each one, and I'm going to give her the opportunity to go ahead and introduce the rest of her panelists as they go on these next maybe 40 minutes or so. Karibu sana. Let's appreciate her.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nabiha Rishad. I'm currently the product and research lead at Seriano. I'm excited to be the moderator for this session, and it's around ethical design and human-centered security. And now looking at our lives today, it's so technology-centric that upholding ethical values, even as we're coming up with different technology products, has become so important in our world today. I'm also delighted to introduce my panelists for this session, so I'll ask them to come. We have Victor Wanyama, we have Dr. Martin Koyabe, we have Madina Ali, Louis Wagude, and Dunstan Akwiri. So a round of applause for them as they come. So to kick off this panel, I'll ask that they introduce themselves. And my first question in line with that is, in the context of cybersecurity, what does ethical design mean to you? So I'll start with you, Madina.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Medina Ali. I'm the president and CEO of Safe PC Solutions. We are based in Atlanta, Georgia. So I was truly honored to be invited to participate. And I believe one of the reasons why I was invited is because I met John recently, early this year in Geneva, Switzerland. And my company, we've built a cybersecurity awareness training on a generative AI platform. And the question that you're posing is a very important question, particularly regarding how we developed AI systems utilizing cybersecurity. Because we have to really think of the biases that AI can create and develop. So, one of the things that I developed, or the team, we developed Superhero Ali. And it's actually my thoughts, my ideas, building an algorithm with the reflections of a woman, an African American woman, someone of color, to really ensure that we manage the biases in AI. Because a lot of, and I think, is it Dr. Cato who just spoke? I hope I pronounced it correctly. She made some very good points that a lot of these algorithms did not consider African cultures and traditions and did not have the insight. So it's very important as we make these designs ethically, we think of all human beings, just not certain human beings. And I really think that Africa can play a huge role in how we continue to utilize AI, especially from an ethical manner. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Victor Wanyama. I am a cyber psychologist and a global ambassador for the Global Council for Responsible AI. Regarding to the question that you asked, to me, we really are so focused on tools and data, and we have done a lot of work. We have invested millions of dollars into it. So my perspective is we need to look at this thing from a first principles perspective. How does these systems affect the people that actually use it in the end? That is one, and the people that make the systems. How are their internal states? Meaning, how does it affect how they perceive issues, interpret threats? So basically, we are talking about bringing a lot of responsibility into these AIs, into these cybersecurity frameworks to ensure that there are no harmful issues that are being propagated, algorithmic issues, as Medina is explaining. We really need to protect the future. And AI has come at a time where there are groups of people who did not grow with it, and there are people who have grown with it, and they don't look at this thing in the same way. So one of the things we're advocating for is to stop blanket algorithmic choices like social media. We cannot use Western society algorithms and put them in Kenya, which have no context about our issues. And as Dr. Catherine was saying about the memes, this is an algorithm issue. Like we are talking about American algorithms being implemented in Kenya without any single context. They don't know in this country there are certain types of conversations we're not supposed to encourage. It is not about stifling free speech. It is just understanding this country works like this. And that's why the government needs to come together with the private sector and the guys who make these technologies to really, really understand who we are. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Louis Wagude. I was the founder of Immobilis Technology Training College or Institute. And just like Dr. Kate Gitao, I wasn't fired. I stepped aside to ensure that the institution stays. It's been 17 years. It was the first institution in Eastern Central Africa. To borrow from my colleague, I think he's seen part of my Mwakenya because I'm sitting next to him. We are living at a time whereby we are blessed. And the reason why I'm saying we are blessed, we have tools that our grandfathers, grandmothers, forefathers, foremothers never had. I take a different view in terms of responsibility. Whenever you see elements of government coming in and different players coming in, it all leads to one thing: the end user value and the end user proposition. So when we talk of the role of ethics and how we're going to move forward, it's a responsibility from all aspects. It's a responsibility from the government, it's a responsibility from those who are applying the tools. And I think the future is bright. I see a lot of gloomy faces, especially last week. Many people are calling me, what do you think about this? And I said, look, it boils down to how you use whatever it is that you've been blessed, that your grandfather, grandmother never got a chance to use. Now, when I look at it in context of Africa, these are interesting because I'm a believer in numbers. We are talking of a GDP of $2.8 trillion, not Uganda shillings, Tanzania shillings, or my brother from Ghana CDs. Out of that 2.8 trillion, we have 5 countries dominating literally more than 50%. Now, I don't know whether it's by design or by God's grace, those countries cover all the corners of Africa, where we have Egypt in North Africa, Algeria, we have Ethiopia in East Africa, South Africa in South Africa, and then we have Nigeria in West Africa. Why I'm bringing this up is because look at it from the context of growth, look at it from the context of enhancement, look at it from the context of value, and then just to spill it and see your relevance in the world, we are now sitting at 1.1 billion mobile money users. So the future is bright. With or without whichever act, with or without whichever law, I see a bright future. And I guess with this panel, we're going to discuss more on how we are going to engage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name's Dr. Martin Koyabe. Just a bit of history. I think we were the 3 engineers who, first of all, brought full internet in Kenya in 1993, just for the history purposes. But having heard Kate and, of course, the ambassador talk, it was very insightful in terms of the insight, in terms of how much we need to do, especially when we're developing tools and applications in this particular context. Where I sit, I'm an advisor to the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, and we look at the African continent and the global world with a different view of how do we build capacity. So first of all, in design concepts, ethical design of emerging technologies like AI, it is important that we make it more authentic in the sense of freedom. It should provide the freedom of expression. It should not limit our ability to be able to communicate and even have access to that technology. We should also have technology that is non-discriminative, meaning if we are deploying this technology, it can be accessible to many of us. It can be technology that is affordable to many of us. And I think we've seen the issue of digital gap being increased just because of affordability. There are specific areas of the freedom of expression with technology. It should be able to be used in the manner that should be have the context of data protection and privacy. We should not use it to infringe of other people's personal space and abuse technology just for the sake of making sure that we have control over the citizens. So as we build these technologies to be used in in a multiple area, especially in different sectors, we should have that concept of what does it mean to the consumer. I would argue that a country like Kenya should look at AI sector by sector. Look at AI from the human perspective. We keep on concentrating on the technology, but when it comes to human perspective and how we consume this technology, and I think Kate said it very well, there are some specific demographics that can use AI in very innovative ways than the way we know it today. So I would argue that that's one way that we need to look at. The other aspect is, and I know UNESCO has a 10-point agenda of ethical AI, and I think 2 points in that particular 10-point thematic agenda that are very important is understanding what's underneath the bonnet. We've talked about algorithms, we've talked about data sets, but the democracy of our data, which data are we using to test these applications, and how do we want to use it in the context of how we understand it based on what other presenters have said? The other issue is also how do we bring that sovereignty? And sovereignty is a big issue, especially in the data that we have. We are starting at a point where almost all our data is outside the country. So where do we start to create those data sets that we could have? I've argued before that maybe we need to look at the type of data we need. Do we need all this data to test specific concepts or specific algorithms? Maybe we need to be a little bit more cleverer on the abstraction of the data that we need so that we know what is it that we need to use to do that. And then finally, 2 points here is how then do we build capacity? In this room, I'm sure there are so many of us who want to advance, become like any other person that I've admired on the stage here. And it is very difficult to navigate, especially when we have resources that are limited. So the building of capacity becomes a priority. And I would argue that the government and the ministries and the policies that we make should be able to encourage what we call the trust that people might have, or even how we build the attachment of young people coming into the field. If it is CA, for example, and CA, they are here, let's start some schemes that take students from university, bring them into the industry, but build loyalty. So loyalty is the key. Some of the military regimes that are very good in cybersecurity build loyalty from university. So they get university students very early on, bring them onto the system, and then they become loyal, they work for the institutions, and you have the benefits. The other issue is how do we build finances to support some of these issues? We've talked about energy, we've talked about infrastructure, but countries need to put money in cyber. I think that is something that we should be able to look at. We really like the point of what the Romanian ambassador said. We are getting partnerships to come in, but I think African countries need to put money where their mouth is. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dunstan Akwiri, and I'm the Chief Operations Officer at CyberPro Global. So I think the only one who has not stepped aside, and maybe with Victor, I've seen my colleagues in front here have stepped aside from something. But then this is how I'm looking at it. I do agree with what Dr. mentioned, but would like to add something. How do we quantify this? Because when we're looking at ethical design, I'm looking at it from the perspective of not just compliance, but how do we have a measurable trust to it? In terms of, a system can have a very good design, very good code, but then it is not human-centered. And I look at it from 3 perspectives, having a tripartite in terms of, usability, scalability, and security of a system. Because the more you move it towards security, of course, you're losing the human-centered approach, which is usability. So I'm looking at how do we ensure fairness? How do we measure this particular trust in terms of, I'm not really a believer of zero trust architecture, because I don't think you guys will be able to pay and come for the conference that you've never, maybe some of you it's the first time, without trusting the organizations. Rather, I'm a believer of trusting but verifying, because at the end of the day, we live in an interconnected world, either as humans with technology or humans to another. So we need to trust but verify. See, the concept is having a human-centered approach or tools that are ethically designed. I'm looking at three angles again. I'm looking at governance. I'm looking at behavioral aspect, as well as the technical aspect, because we need to have measurable metrics in terms of weighing the total, which comes to 100. Say usability, say transparency, say data privacy, because all these components do affect ethic and human-centered approach. At the end of the day, we need to have a system that has all these components. And for one, having an ethically designed system that has a human-centered approach doesn't mean that a system shouldn't fail. But then if it does, it fails accountably. There's a lot of transparency, and of course, it has to evolve over time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I picked certain keywords, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to get a deeper understanding as we proceed in this panel. So I picked authenticity, that came out, context, responsibility, data protection, capacity, and also quantification. So I'll start with you, Madina. Looking at AI-powered systems, how does ethical design apply?
Well, ethical, first of all, one of the things I do just want to point out that we don't miss with ethical design, and this probably will address the question. I think we have to be very transparent about the AI system. I think it's very critical that we understand what the AI system is, and then also the data. I think the data should be located here. And I don't want to diverge from ethical design, but if one of the panelists can talk about, does Kenya have a strategy for their data centers and energy around their data centers? Because that's one of the challenges we're facing in the US right now, is the emergence and the growth of these data centers. And US citizens are starting to protest about building data centers where they live that can cause environmental concerns. And I really think that also applies to ethical AI design in terms of how do we design these data centers in these communities? Because I do agree. I feel Africa should own everything, including their own resources, because a lot has been taken from the continent. And I think it's very important that they know where the data is housed and where it's located. And so right now, because of the emergence of AI, there's a huge emergence of growth of data centers in the US, and also how they strategically place them globally. So I hope I addressed that question and didn't diverge too much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Over to you, Victor. Looking at cyber psychology from a human-centered security, what would be your thoughts on that?
Oh, thank you for the question. If I can share where this all started. It started from my grandmother. She was called Christmas Day Gertrude. So that is true, yes, that was her name. She was named by a missionary and born on the 25th of December. So what was interesting about this lady was how her emotional state and the quality of her decisions was so reliable for decades. And then I wondered, Isn't this not what cybersecurity needs? We need people who have reliable decisions. And the idea is very simple, and where cyber psychology comes is it's all about that quality of the first move. For all of you who have been in tabletop exercises or in breach incidents, it is all about that first move that makes the big, big difference. The internal state of the teams, the leaders, how people communicate, how people breathe, how people are able to interpret stress. Because when things are okay, people just drift around and they overanalyze, they collect a lot of information. But when the breach does occur, tunnel vision happens. And that is where it really, really counts. And that is why I'm saying the human center is really, really important. And as I was mentioning earlier, we have done a lot about tools and data. We need to fix the human being. We need to make the human being part of the incident process. And can be done by understanding how a human being works naturally, psychologically and physiologically, and streaming it and putting it together with how the teams work. So I believe by doing this, we are able to have less harmful reversals. We're able to commit faster because the culture has changed. Because again, when we're talking about skills, when something wrong happens, your brain does not work when you're stressed. So, and then we have cultures where you don't talk to a boss. You know they're wrong. You know what you're saying is right, but you keep quiet because your body cannot allow you to say, this is how we need to move. Everyone is shouting. So how can we teach teams to operate under stressful situations? And from the studies that I'm doing, it is possible to teach human beings to operate under stress, move threat perception from danger to challenge, so that stress fuels focus rather than tunnel vision. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. I really like that around the human being part of the process. Thank you. Over to you, Louis. Looking at training and awareness, what role does it play in creating an ethical design culture?
Thank you very much. I always fear the word training, and I fear it because of two things. There is a sort of imperialist training, and if I were you, I would talk of more of learning and development, because this is a sector that is continuously changing. It is a sector that requires engagement. It is a sector that now is competing or perceived to be competing with human resource or human capital. So when I look at it from two aspects, the global setting and then Africa setting, we have a lot of elements of ensuring that we empower. That is one. We ensure that we live in an environment where trust and structure has to be in place. I'll borrow a word from, or two words from Dr. Gitao. The psychological architecture is now what we are addressing. The reason why I pushed back on the word training is training always seems to be a one-off, like you'll have a training session and then you move on. As you have a training session, you have, as late as 3 months ago, AI tools like napkins where you feed in numbers and it generates charts. So other than looking at it from the role of training, I think it's high time we looked at it again, back to numbers, is where are we going to put the human part within the elements of cybersecurity? I'll also introduce another aspect of whatever comes next, because I can bet you a million, Bob, 3 years ago, we're not talking about anything to do with AI or cybersecurity or ChatGPT. And that is where now we have to look at what my colleague Victor was talking about. We are now bringing in the human part within the elements of ensuring that they embrace the power of delivering what the tasks at hand are given. For example, looking at all the disciplines in Africa, you've got agriculture, which we're now talking about smart agriculture. You've got areas like healthcare, which we're now introducing what we call Internet of Things, which is interesting because then with that kind of space, you're dealing with personal data, you're dealing with health records, you're dealing with people with terminal illness. So I don't want to say in whose hands are we safe, because that particular phrase has been abused. But we need to make sure that we are trusted with the information that is given to us. We are trusted with the information that we are generating, and we also have a structure of how to handle that information. And I think that is what is going to spur the growth, because when I look at where we are today, and especially I'm always very, very proud to share the mobile numbers. I know the regulator is here, but when I talk in terms of an Africa context, if you have 1.1 billion mobile money accounts, and that is in Africa, and you're controlling 75% of mobile money usage, surely we should not be storing our data anywhere other than the borders of the African continent. And let's not be apologetic about it, because a friend of mine got the opportunity, when it comes to human capital, we're very fast. I don't want to name the country, but he works for Revolut. And he was telling me we've hit 50 million mobile accounts. And I looked at him and I said, what is 50 million? I mean, when we look at Airtel Money, Momo, we look at our M-Pesa, just those three MNOs alone are over 300 million. But it's because we always downplay our role, and back to what my colleague shared, the culture. We should stop playing this small assistant culture. We must be at the forefront of pushing the global economy. And that is the only way we are going to survive. So training, I'd say, is a continuous process, but I'll put it more of learning and development, because who knows what sort of technology is going to come tomorrow. I was reading a link that was shared today. We are not talking of virtual laser keyboards. So those are things that we have to factor in. So I would not limit it to training, but I'll more or less talk of continuous learning and development.
Thank you, Louis. I like that, being at the forefront of now leading our own economy. Thank you for sharing that. Over to you, Dr. Martin. How can designers and policymakers collaborate in order to embed ethics in secure product design?
I think there's quite a bit of context here, but let me try and just give some context to what my colleague mentioned about data centers in the continent. Today, as we speak, the continent of Africa in totality has one of the minimal number of data centers globally. I think there's a figure that has been given, I just don't want to quote it, but it's very low. There are efforts today to make sure that we co-locate data centers in regional economic communities. So you find co-locate a data center within the East African community, the SADC community, ECOWAS, ECAS, and so forth, so that we can have the collection of data centrally to have data within the continent. But what is more important is the issue around, and I just want to respond just to give context, is the issue around green energy, to exploit green energy in the design of data centers so that we can be able to have what we call a sustainable support for AI, as alluded by Dr. Gitao, in terms of energy requirements. So that is something that is very important. Now, coming to the where we are with the policy and how countries can do this, I think there's a lot of effort in terms of having, first of all, emerging technologies strategies. So AI is just an emerging technology. We might have another one. We're talking of quantum and others. So at a policy level, at a point where you have a national view, a strategy is important. And many countries have that. In the continent today, nearly roughly about, we are now talking about roughly about 10 countries have what you call a full strategy for AI out of the 60 that I know in the world based on the OECD data. That is a trajectory that we expect African countries to go to because every country requires a policy around that. Kenya has something to do with that. But as somebody said, we need to be continually updating our policies as we observe what the future should look like so that we are more robust and we create what we call the interventions that are required, whether it's security, whether it is at the national level in terms of harnessing capacity. So the idea around policy-driven, a nationalistic view of how AI should be driven in the country is important. We need to align those policies with the African AI strategy that we have already so that we can aspire to the African Union 2063 agenda because it has already been laid out. And as somebody said, we need a vision. So we need to do that as well. But what comes to point is how then do we support the components of AI at a national level? And the thing that I want to share here is one aspect that we've seen in the continent. We have a number of individuals who are experts in their own right in the continent. Unfortunately, we don't use them to the level that we expect to use these experts. We always go to the north to get experts to come and help us to do things, which is fair. Or we go to the north to train in order to come and use the expertise and the experience that we have in the south. But what should be encouraged should be the south to south collaboration, the south to south enhancement of expertise. And what we have started in the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise is to start what we call the Africa Cyber Expert Community, where an expert from Zambia can be called to go and give an assistance to a country in the south, if you have somebody in need in Egypt, for example. So we really want to encourage that ecosystem of experts being able to work within themselves in order to build and to sustain some of the projects that we have. The only issue is how do we incentivize these experts to be part of that ecosystem? But the idea is that we need to sustain some of these aspects of the policies that we are creating. We need to build the capacity that understands technology in the way that we know it, and also to make sure that we are futuristic enough to have the young people in this room and other aspiring people in the room to be able to learn the trade of the art to be able to support this program, the program that we have coming back in future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My last question is to you, Dunstan. Looking at it from a technical perspective, what metrics can be used to measure whether a system is human-centered and ethically secure?
Thank you, Naibia. So metrics, I think back to the first thing I said, we need to be able to have a measurable trust. And so looking at governance, looking at behavioral and technical metrics, I'm looking at data privacy and policies. I'm looking at usability. I'm looking at biasness and fairness towards development of systems in the ethical and human-centered approach. Just to mention but a few. Why? Because we need to be able to quantify these particular tools, these particular systems in regards to ethics and being human-centric. Because why really are we building tools or systems, for human usage? So can we look at, does it meet the objectives in terms of satisfying across and through different demographics? Because an ethically designed system definitely will work in whichever area that is implemented or deployed. And to talk about that, I don't think there is too much or too different in terms of data privacy or data protection, because it is basic 101 in terms of data protection. You're not supposed to give out data on someone or something without consent. And I think that cuts across the whole world. So having a tool or a system that clearly can be able to serve different demographics. And of course, when you're looking at weighing accountability for that matter, it could take even 15%. We're talking about data privacy could take 20%. So having a different weighing and not overweighing on one metric. Those are some of the different metrics that I would say can be able to measure a tool or a system in terms of making sure that particular item observes ethics and human-centered design. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't know if you have time for Q&A. All right, we'll open it up.
All right. There's a question there. For some reason, we anticipated that there'll be questions, so excuse me. All right. Just introduce yourself and your question briefly.
Thank you. I'm Marengo Malcolm. I pose my question to our esteemed panelists. What are your thoughts on the potential for AI to reduce human productivity, and how can we mitigate the risks? Thank you.
Nabiha, I don't know how you're going to curate that. You are.
I think Louis can handle.
Okay.
Well, look at it as enhancing productivity. I think some of the basic tasks are starting to go away. So I wouldn't look at reducing human productivity. So, for example, with Microsoft, I use the tool Copilot. With Google, we're using Gemini. OpenAI has ChatGPT. I would say now my executive assistant, it normally would take her 2 to 3 hours to edit a document. It's probably reduced now to about an hour, but now she's doing more tasks. Does that make sense? Okay.
Louis, we go ahead and changia kidogo.
Okay. This question keeps coming up. There are things that AI will not do. One is to smile at you, laugh at you, frown at you, shout at you. Always remember this. At the beginning, I talked about our grandfathers. They didn't have the tools. We have the tools. We can only be better. And productivity can only go up. And there is no replacement whatsoever. I don't know what you do, but let me talk of smart farming. Right now, as we speak, as you saw me sneaking through my phone, we are monitoring fertilizer being distributed in Kericho through drones. And that's the power of now what you're talking about. So Dr. Gitao mentioned we have to embrace, and the word is to embrace. And without you, then it will not be possible. So let's stop having this notion or belief that AI can work alone. No, there's nothing like that. And even the element of cybersecurity, there's got to be productivity, and then cybersecurity comes at the end. So let's not fear. And there's no need to fear. It will only be better. The only thing, and I know the legal guys are here, what you should be fearing is, generic judgments or generic submissions, which again is now being addressed through what we were discussing earlier with the moderator, learning and development. Look at healthcare. You've got what I spoke about called IoT, Internet of Things. Now we are having doctors consulting and monitoring their patients remotely. That doesn't stop them from working. You can imagine if there was an emergency and you've got a healthcare professional and he has to drive to you just to say, you have a headache. And yet the symptoms and your vitals are showing this is probably the kind of ailment that is being addressed. So it's a plus, and it will only be a plus. Yes.
Okay. All right, Nabiha, we have We have maybe one more question we can give you. Martin, do you want to? 30 seconds, please.
Yeah, I just want to, let's be very careful here that the argument that is being put on the floor is, will AI enhance productivity? And I think the answer is yes, but there is a caveat. We are supposed to supervise the outcome of the AI so that it is authentic, it follows the basic rules, it doesn't discriminate. So the idea of just saying it will be productive, it's not good enough, in my opinion. We need to make sure that we give the supervisory. And AI too gives you an option. It doesn't give you the finality. We've seen in the legal cases where judges are being told, no, you cannot take a decision that is created by an AI. But I think let's be careful on that, because that's what we need to do. The last point is that there are issues about AI replacing people in employment. This is the question that comes out every time. The argument is that yes, there could be some employments that are lost, but you need to retrain your labor force to understand how to supervise the outcomes of the AI, because that's another employment again. Thank you.
Sure. So what I'm hearing from the panelists is that AI is here to stay. So it's not going to replace you. You just have to use it and be much more productive with it. Nabia, please. One other burning question here. And again, just let me know just direct where the question would be. Just introduce yourself and your question briefly.
Thank you very much, MC. My name is Steve. I work for a Dutch company, and I am fairly technical. And since yesterday, I think I have heard most of the speakers here talk about policies, which is good. And one of the things that has been mentioned, in fact, even on this panel, is why can't we bring this African data from wherever it is residing, and it should reside here in Kenya? Well, that's good, but realistically, it's next to impossible. And I'll explain it to you. Yeah. It's a point of information. And I just wanted it to fall on the panel to perhaps whoever can comment about it. So if you understand perhaps how DNS works, you browse something and your browser just checks its cache. If that information is not there, it goes to your router. The DNS goes to find wherever that server is. Now, assuming that you have a very creative mind here in Africa who has come up with an app, and that app has to be utilized by people who are in Europe or in the US. So it means if that server is residing, and I'm talking about the primary server, is residing in Nairobi, and you actually don't have a recursive server somewhere in Asia or in Europe or in America, the performance of that particular application will be extremely slow. Two, what you can actually say is this. What you can actually say is this. Most companies, and because I deal with them on a daily basis, they simply move their servers across the globe. What is important to them is this: visibility. As my friend there has said, when that data at some point is in Europe or wherever it is, can we be in a position to see what is actually happening at that particular point? Thank you very much.
There's a comment?
I agree with him. I mean, I don't know as much as, because I don't live here, right? I'm living in the US, but I think it's going to be very important for the future of AI to be successful in Africa is that more internet infrastructure is here, and you all have the land and the resources and the talent to develop it. And it's a huge continent. And I think the way Asia rolls, I've spent, initially I spent most of my career in India, Malaysia, the Philippines, and I saw how they had to build that infrastructure to become an offshore hub for IT and contact centers. And I feel Africa is rising, and I feel in the next 10 years strategically, they are going to need to continue to invest in their internet infrastructure and build their own data centers and stop being so dependent on the Western world, because AI should be driven from the culture. So that's my opinion. Any thoughts, panel?
All right. Thank you so much. As we come to the end of this panel, I'd like to thank our panelists for sharing your valuable insights. And I think something that's become very clear is that we need to be at the forefront of our own decisions and policies. So thank you so much, and a round of applause for our panelists.
Thank you, panelists. I'm going to ask that you please do stand in the middle of the platform over there for a group photo. Thank you. Thank you. Let's appreciate our panelists. We could do better. Thank you very much. We do have some questions that have come in about governance and laws on AI modeling and how they're trained, and again about students for how they're using to train students for the workforce. These questions that you have raised actually will be covered much more in the next panel that will be coming later in the morning before our lunch break. So we've noted your questions. I've noted your questions and pass it on to the facilitator, and at least she would incorporate it into our conversation. Our speaker before we break for our tea break is Francis Sitati. Francis Sitati currently serves as the manager in charge of cybersecurity resilience with the cybersecurity department at the Communications Authority. This is the regulator for the ICT. This cybersecurity department also hosts the Kenya Computer Incident Report Team and the Cybersecurity Operations Center, among other things. And so to come and speak to us before we break for tea is Mr. Francis Sitati. Let's appreciate him as he comes.
Good morning, everyone. As the discussions are going on about AI, I was just thinking to myself, maybe I need to ask AI about what are some of the careers it thinks it cannot replace. Obviously, you know, they're the obvious ones, you know, doctors, etc. Of course, there are some divergent views, but I think one of the things that struck me, they were talking about being a mortician or funeral director, because it requires compassion, it requires creativity, it requires ethics. And we've been talking about ethical issues with AI. So it was quite interesting for me to see, maybe it's a career I need to think about later after I retire from cybersecurity. Yeah, but thank you very much, Gowi, for that introduction. As mentioned, my name is Francis Sitati from Communications Authority. I'll be taking you through the cybersecurity trends. I hope. Okay. Yeah, so that's the content of my presentation. We look at the functions of the CERT and what are some of the services that we offer the public. Then finally, we look at an overview of the cyber threat landscape. So we have the Kenya Computer Incident Response Team Coordination Center, which is based at the Communications Authority of Kenya, and it is a cybersecurity operations center for the ICT and telecoms sector. So we have various functions: development of a national cybersecurity framework. Indeed, the KSAT was formed as a result of by the government of Kenya as part of the implementation of this framework. We are also charged with supporting development of e-commerce in the country through ensuring the safety and security of transactions, online transactions. Also, the day-to-day management of the Cybersecurity Operations Center. We are also in charge of the National Public Key Infrastructure, which is a system for maintenance and rollout of digital certification services across government. Of course, with the ICT Authority playing the role of the government certification authority. We're also charged with research and development, an area that is quite dynamic, so there's a need for us to continuously engage in research. Information sharing, collaboration, part of our technical liaison with stakeholders, both within the country and beyond. Okay. Yeah, so in terms of the services, there are different services that we offer to the public, of course, within the mandate of the NC4 National Computer and Cybercrimes Coordination Committee, where we advise government on matters to do with cybersecurity, because as you know, cybersecurity is now a matter of national security. Protection of critical information infrastructure. Through the we have various initiatives that we engage in. We have a committee known as the National KSAT Cybersecurity Committee that brings together over 50 entities in the public sector and private sector to synergize on cybersecurity matters and to provide a platform where we can share information and build those trust networks. Also development of standards for the industry. We also receive cyber threat reports from a different threat intelligence feeds within the country and globally. And also we collect and analyze this information and issue our technical advisories. I talked about the PKI, the management of the PKI. Awareness creation and capacity building is one of the initiatives that we do. Every quarter we undertake technical training programs for both technical staff and managerial staff on different thematic areas. Just recently, we held a training on cyber threat intelligence for over about 100 personnel from the critical information infrastructure. And finally, cooperation. As I mentioned, collaboration is part of, is fundamental to cybersecurity. So looking at the global cyber threat landscape, I'll just talk about some of the things, some of what we're seeing across the globe. Ransomware continues to be a major problem targeted at the critical information infrastructure and indeed public services. You're all aware that we have the eCitizen platform that brings together the public services into one portal. So we're seeing that cyber threat actors are mostly the motive is mostly financial gain, as well as causing reputational damage, especially in the financial sector. We're seeing more and more attackers using ransomware as a service. These are paid for applications, especially in the dark web or the deep web, where we have cyber threat actors who use these platforms at a fee. And we're seeing that many of these threat vectors are augmented by use of AI technologies, as well as a combination of distributed denial of service attacks. So we continue to advise organizations to maintain offline backups as a solution to this, and we ensure that not just having the backups, but ensuring that these backups are tested, because many times we might have the backups, but the question is, have you actually tested these backups? Enforcing zero trust network infrastructures where devices are required to authenticate and users are required to authenticate continuously to ensure that that element of segmentation of the network, and regularly updating of threat intelligence to better the feeds, different feeds, and different sources of threat intelligence to ensure that your cybersecurity resilience is enhanced. Another major vector or attribute that you're seeing across the globe is the use of distributed denial of service attacks, where we are seeing DDoS on a very high scale. And DDoS basically entails sending of large volumes of data to a specific internet resource by using many different sources, what we call zombies or botnets. And we are seeing that they're leveraging Internet of Things devices, which are by nature, they're not secure devices. We have the CCTV cameras, we have other devices like the televisions and other smart devices that are not, by nature, they're not secure. So many of the attackers are compromising these devices to create networks of robots that they can use to propagate cyber attacks. One of the mitigating measures that we're advising organizations to use is using scalable cloud scrubbing that ensures that there are checkpoints within cloud environments where you can handle large amounts of traffic and keep your services online. Indeed, many of the cloud providers have this functionality, anti-DDoS functionalities to ensure that your services are safe. We are also advising the use of AI-enabled traffic anomaly detection. Indeed, AI, in as much as we might be worried about it taking over our jobs, but in fact, it can actually make our work easier in terms of detection of anomalies within the network. Some of those false positives that a human being might not be able to detect would be much easily detected using AI. Social engineering and phishing, the human element comes into play with this respect. We're seeing that these social engineering attacks have become more personalized with decreased use of AI-generated content, voice deepfakes, and business email compromise campaigns. We're seeing that more and more the human is being targeted because a lot of our systems, when adequately configured, prove very difficult for hackers to compromise. But because of a human element, our nature being trusting, a hacker would just simply send a phishing email would broadcast a phishing email to an organization. And if your level of awareness might not be very high, one of the users might simply just click on a link and compromise your whole your entire network. So we're seeing that attackers are using synthetic voice and video impersonation and campaigns on multiple channels through email phishing being the most common. We're seeing now SMS phishing or smishing, common with the power utility, the utility companies and others, where some attackers would randomly send you email, SMS messages to try to compromise you. There was one recently, I think, on targeting the subscribers of Posta, where you'd receive a message informing you that a package has been delivered to you through the post office, and they would ask you to click on a link to find details about how you can collect that package. And of course, voice phishing, which is called vishing, is also another commonly used threat attack because of AI. It has become very easy for people to clone your voice and actually use your voice to impersonate you. So as I start, what you're advising the public and indeed organizations is that we adopt phishing-resistant authentication by use of passkeys and hardware tokens, and also enforcing multi-factor authentication on all possible entry points in the network, and also increased user training and awareness. In terms of system misconfiguration, primarily in cloud services, the APIs for applications and default settings, we're seeing that quite a number of organizations are not changing their default credentials, and it continues to be a major factor in breaches and data exposure. So you're seeing that attackers are exploiting open API endpoints, purely secured cloud storage, default credentials, as I mentioned, and weak access control within organizations. So we need to ensure that we have policies that have different access level for different users, just to ensure that we have a more secure environment. Also, the adoption of cloud has left many gaps in secure configuration hygiene. So there's need for enhanced training on cloud, both for the technical personnel and the users as they go about using this cloud service. From the national side, we continue to issue advisories to ensure to enforce issues of lists privilege access, and conducting frequent configuration audits on our cloud environments, and continuously scanning for security misconfigurations, password policies to weed out the weak passwords, disabled encryption, and also publicly open databases. In terms of emerging threats, we are seeing that APTs, especially state-sanctioned APTs, continue to be a problem across the global cybersecurity threat landscape that are targeted at critical information infrastructure and government systems across our continent. We continue, as a continent, I think many of our systems are quite outdated. Many of organizations, especially those using operation technology, are using legacy systems and are highly exposed. So these groups infiltrated networks primarily for espionage, basically spying and exfiltration of confidential data. We're also seeing that attackers who are using spear phishing, that is phishing directed at, for example, the chief executive officers or the heads of organizations, exploitation of zero-day attacks, vulnerabilities. These are vulnerabilities that are not known, and also supply chain, using third-party applications to integrate in some of your ERP systems. Excuse me. So what we're advising organizations is to ensure that we have segmentation of the network, also carrying out regular updates of our systems, and also adopting threat intelligence sharing with different stakeholders. We also continue to enhance threat intelligence sharing. We actually share threat advisories with our stakeholders twice a day, every day, since we work on a 24-hour basis. And also, we continue to host various capacity building workshops every quarter, targeting critical information infrastructure within both the private sector and the public sector. So as I conclude, what we're seeing on the global threat landscape actually is commensurate to what we're seeing locally. And this is evident in similarities in terms of the tactics, the techniques, and the procedures that affect both individuals and organizations. And we continue to apply the different mechanisms in terms of ensuring that your systems are well updated, ensuring that the policies are well articulated, issues of having an incident response plan in the organization, cyber drills, and other awareness creation and capacity building initiatives for enhanced cyber resilience. So as I close, my presentation was brief. This is how you can report cybersecurity or cybercrime to the national CERT. Unlike the other services of the authority, this is a free service. So in case you face any challenge, you can take a picture of that, and we'll be more than willing to give you the assistance that you require. You can also download the application, the KCERT application on the Play Store or the App Store, and you can similarly submit a report through that application. Thank you very much for your attention. That's the end of my brief presentation.
Thank you, Francis. For those of you who might be questioning, is government open for interaction? They are. And Francis is one who is here. He was with us yesterday. He'll be here. And if you want to interact with him much more on what the regulator does, and he's given us his contacts. If you could leave that up again one more time, people, if they want to take a screenshot, that last slide, you can have his contacts. Tafadhali, guys, there, just put that last part of his. And as they do that, I'm going to invite Peter Mooring to please come up and give his presentation today on compliance in designing at least privilege framework, and again, on administrative privileges. Please come and appreciate our last speaker before we break.
Thank you so much. Yes. Yes, good morning, everyone. And I know this is time for tea. In our program, we always call it a coffee break, but I will make sure the next Munich Cybersecurity Conference that I organize, I will put coffee and tea break. Yeah, I understand that, you know, this is very creative to be here and to listen to all your insights, and the African creativity is as huge that my speaking title was completely invented without asking me whether I want to talk about architecture and compliance, which I'm absolutely not an expert of. So, and given the advanced time, maybe I'll start already with the conclusions and with the the few points that I wish that you would remember after my talk. So one would be compliance. Make no mistake, is only one dimension of mitigating and managing cyber risks. Right, so it is there to support us, but it is not above us. So we must use it, these frameworks and processes and regulations and rules and laws to help us guide, to be better in mitigating those risks. So this is really only one dimension, but and there's one important, that I would like you to remember: the humans, it is for us, and it's not those systems, controlling us. It is us controlling them. So, there's always sometimes a little bit of tendency that what they call the human factor, and this being the weakest link, is not true. It is us. We are, we're having the power. We are here, maybe something that was not mentioned, but the traditions and all the wisdom that we have. What humans can do, and we are here at the cradle of humankind, is adapting. So we know how to adapt. And regardless what the technologies are, regardless what all the conditions are, we are a species that knows how to adapt. And we should learn and make use of it and remember it. And that is very important. Another important thing I want you to remember is leadership. Who is in charge? This is very important with such complex systems like we are talking about. Yeah, the internet is global. It's a global cyberspace. But when it was invented and conceived, it was not designed to be secure. It was not the purpose of it. It was a purpose, be an academic, a research network. And now we have to, live with all these flaws when it was designed, because it is, all these protocols, they are not, they're not designed in a way to protect the systems and all the things connected to it. So leadership and clear responsibilities is key if you want to address those risks and mitigate those risks. And one last thing you should remember is, of course, best practice, learn from each other, learn, and it's universal. It is really universal. It doesn't matter where you are, where you connect. Those best practices have a value, and that's why we attend these forums, and we should be more active in meeting and discussing and bringing in those insights, because those are the things that really bring us forward. And I want to, I don't know if we would have these kind of conferences if we would not all use the same operating system, right? And something that was not mentioned, maybe with the risks here, the largest incidents we had were actually not by some kind of attacker or malware, no. There were malicious, there were software updates, the CrowdStrike software update, that put all the screens to blue last year. And then this week, the American internet went offline because Amazon had problems with the DNS. So, those are, it's part of the very nature of software. Software by default is always as good as the latest version. But, you got to understand that this is having, such an exposure because we only use products from so few sources, vendors. And if everyone uses the same operating system, then everyone is exposed. And that is a little bit of an issue that you need to be understanding. I skipped this compliance thing because I'm not an expert. There must be lots of experts here. So but I wanna highlight some other aspects that are sometimes forgotten. As important as all these specifications and frameworks and security regulations is the implementation. You must implement those technologies, those applications very, very carefully. I'm coming from a company that does chip cards, smart cards, and they are in use for many decades. And the way they are secure are because we carefully implement those specifications. Industry specifications do make sense, but they only work if you implement them very carefully and if you test them. If CrowdStrike would have tested their software update before, then maybe it wouldn't have that havoc that it created. Also, when I'm coming from Europe, from Germany, and the European Union is known, or the European Commission, it's the government of Europe, is known of trying to define regulations in order to achieve its goals. And so we have many, many cyber laws and regulations, probably the data protection regulation. So it's their way of trying to achieve a better resilience and a better protection of our systems. But you must also ask yourself how to enforce it. Who should be there to make sure those regulations are actually really met and implemented? Because many laws, many new regulations, but there must be a balance, but also making sure that they are met. And maybe another answer to this could be how to incentivize. Germany is also sometimes known for making cars, and the German government wanted to incentivize because of the climate change that German car makers or German car buyers should rather buy cars with electric engines instead of combustion engines. So they put an incentive, so you get some discount if you buy an electric vehicle instead of a traditional vehicle. So this is a way of, if a government has a goal, maybe look rather into incentives than into penalizing, certain behaviors. So that's also maybe something you should reflect. And with the enforcement, Jeff Moss, he's the founder of the Black Hat, cyber hacker conference, and also of DEF CON. He's a frequent guest of the Munich Cybersecurity Conference, which I'm the director of. And he said, corporations, soldiers are lawyers. So if you have many lawyers, you're able to fight, to put your interest against the interest of others. And CrowdStrike, is still there. despite all the damage they did. I mean, I don't know, it was the Delta Airlines or one of these huge American airlines that went offline and they completely got grounded because all their systems could not be recovered within weeks. But they never got any compensation for, there was no liability because of all these lawyers. And, when the European Commission started to think about introducing liabilities and things that are normal in other sectors, if your car and it breaks down, the car manufacturer is liable, but in software somehow it's not, and that's something that that needs to be discussed. And digital sovereignty is also a topic that has been will be discussed here. And I never seen those American suppliers being so active in Brussels to discuss those issues because they were so afraid, really afraid, to lose that market because of being American. You have mentioned a number of times, data centers should be in Africa and should be controlled by the organizations here. Same happens in Europe. And but then again, you must also look at the realities, and we have heard also those aspects, and the realities are the realities. And if you don't have the capacity or the resources or the bandwidths or what have you, then you just got to take what is there, and that is something that must be also balanced. So you should never ignore realities because they are very much part of doing this in a very intelligent way. And I think the title that I was supposed to talk about was something with privilege access networks or architecture. Remember the meaning of privilege. It should be a privilege in the literal meaning of it. So if you give access to your employees, to applications, to your systems, remember to check whether it's necessary or not, to use it really as a privilege. Otherwise, maybe you do, have more worries than mitigation, and that is something that I think can be remembered. Yeah. So I think running through it, I conclude I like that we had a psychologist in a panel because this is really about human behavior and human ways of dealing with these issues. And cybersecurity as a term is very abstract, and many people don't grasp it, only the experts. And it should be not called cybersecurity. It should be called the security of our financial systems, of our health data, the security of our traffic systems, of our logistics, of our energy systems, the supply. So that is what it is about. It's not cyber, abstract something for some groups of, no. It is our everyday lives and operations and actions, and that is what is at stake, and that must be understood, and it will be also discussed at the Munich Cybersecurity Conference in February. And I'm here actually to listen and to learn from you, and also to invite you to share your perspectives and insights at this conference, because I think it would be definitely an enrichment and benefit of the conference and of the attendees there. And you must be creative. And when we had this song yesterday, in the beginning and the opening, maybe we should also think about some songs, to get a little bit of awareness, or some other ways of dealing with these issues, because not everything must be connected, but of course the benefits of all these services are obvious, and we want to use them. So we should also learn how to deal with them. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
From his presentation, Kenyans can summarize it. Kwa ground ni different. Thank you, Peter Mooring, for that. We should be designing frameworks for those who are at the basic level and build from that up. Thank you very much. So we're going to go on our break, 15-minute break, and for our refreshments, right through that door. Again, right through that door, not through this one. So if for those of you who are participants, I'm going to ask that we use that door right there for our for your refreshments. They are available for you to consume on that end. We'll be meeting here in the next 15 minutes. You'll hear me from the PA system about 5 minutes to that, and you can recongregate here again in 15 minutes' time. Thank you. Your refreshments are out there. Have a good break. Thank you. Leo Tabansky. He is a professor in cybersecurity at the University of Tel Aviv, and he will be here to talk to us about best practices in incident response and cyber defense. Professor, Doctor, please do join us here. Let's appreciate him as he makes his way here, all the way from Tel Aviv. Karibu sana.
Thank you. So, first of all, thank you for having me here. It's quite exciting to return and see that this domain and area is developing. Yeah. Now, for the last 2 decades, and continuing today, when people and institutions, organizations, decision makers hear cybersecurity or deal with cybersecurity, they are focused on one thing: prevention. Yeah, this is a unfortunate situation. We can understand it, but it's not going to work. Yeah, incidents happen all the time. Incidents will continue to happen. The more complex our systems becoming, the more incidents will happen. So actually, instead of security, where you can say, okay, for security we need higher walls, stronger gates, deeper moats. Instead of that, and the investment that came along with it in labor, capital, equipment, policy, instead of that, we need to understand that it's not going to work. For about 15 years, I'm going to vendor conference, cybersecurity conference, policy conference. Every year, everyone's saying, oh, things are becoming worse. Threats have increased in 30%, and so on. It cannot be like this if the investments that we were making have been working. So my message today is simple. We need to focus on resilience. Yeah? Resilience is what happens after incidents happen. It is inevitable. Yeah? It is happens to the best. We know it throughout related or different domain throughout history, which is full of surprises, unexpected military outcomes, empires failing and falling and whatnot. We know it from that area, but we also know it from engineering with the complexity of system growth. Incidents are becoming more inevitable. So over the next few minutes, I want to anchor the idea of resilience in 3 pillars. First, the goal. Yeah? Resilience is not about just the technical aspects. So the goal is defining resilience as a business function. Second, the process. Here we have good foundations that I will briefly mention. And finally, the tools where we, again, with all the fascination with technology, with new solutions, better performing computing, and artificial intelligence, that's all fine and well, but we will have to understand that tools need to serve a purpose, and this purpose doesn't come from technology alone. So let's start with the goal. What is resilience? Yeah, the common answer is, okay, is getting back to a normal function as fast as possible. Yeah, there are many definitions in the literature, but this is the intuitive one. As previous speakers here yesterday mentioned, yeah, we people in general, and especially as we heard from a speaker, people in Africa are quite resilient. Yeah, we know what to do when things don't go according to plans, when power falls. So this is a function of humans, of social technical system. If the technology supporting a business function, for example, healthcare, primary healthcare, if you come to the hospital and their IT doesn't work, then they should not tell you, look, we cannot treat your injury now. Yeah? Unfortunately, it happens also in this area. In our country, everything is in medical services run by computers. All the data are there from different places. The doctors receive proactive recommendations, whatnot. But these systems tend to fail every now and then. And resilience means continuing to delivery of services, be it medical service, government services, power, whatever it is, and restoring them to the required level as much as possible. So this is more about people than it is about technology. People are first. The recovery of performance is not a single event. It's a two-stage process that must be defined in advance by the leadership, not by the IT people who are doing the incident response. Yeah, the questions which okay, I have my systems down. Let's simplify it. I have 5 servers down, 2 firewalls down, and so on. And I have a limited amount of people and time. Where do I start? Yeah, this is something that IT team should not decide. Certainly not guess under the stress of undergoing a crisis. This is something that the leadership must define in advance. There's nothing new there. Yeah, it's business continuity processes, which are part of every business risk management and IT risk management framework. For decades, somehow they tend to be forgotten over and over again. The most cost-effective way to achieve this, yeah, is to have preparing in advance both the priority, what is critical but maybe less so, what is desirable and what is expendable, communicate this information, document this information, review these procedures periodically, and have ideally a desktop exercise. Yeah. Let's say you're a bank, okay, you plan a desktop exercise in advance, bring in the chiefs of different departments into one room, saying, okay, this is the scenario. Our systems are down and our phones are down, our internal email are down. Start playing from here. What do you do? So the main chief is going to ask the head of this department, what are you doing? How are you doing? Ideally, they shouldn't mumble. Ideally, they should have what is called, for example, alternative means of communication. Yeah, in practice, meaning WhatsApp contacts of the right people. Yeah, that you can communicate them and start understanding what's going on, and so on and so forth. Who do we call? What are the priorities? Where do we start to work, and so on. This requires zero investment in acquiring any technology. Yeah. Artificial intelligence might help drafting the documents, but it also doesn't require. It's like a zero capital expenditure thing. The guidelines for this are available from many national and international bodies in any required language. It's a simple organizational human exercise which delivers tremendous effects when actual crisis becomes. So because no amount of technology is going to replace or automate this process. So the two most critical functions in the crisis is the response and recovery. Fortunately, we have the NIST CSF. Who has heard this acronym? Okay, NIST CSF is the National Institute of Standards of the US. They have published already in 2014 a very simple framework, that cybersecurity framework. This is the acronym of CSF, which presents now in current iteration 6 functions of cybersecurity: govern, identify, protect, detect, respond and recover. So I'm focusing here on the 2 functions of respond and recover. This document is obviously free to access, very simple to read and understand. These are the functions that are important in the incident response, where the business function is already lost and you need to respond and recover. The respond function is, I would say, 80-90% communication. Established alternative means of communications, a clear understanding of who has which capabilities, a clear understanding of roles and responsibilities, a clear predefined set of priorities. In the most advanced organizations, you will also have prepared, predefined messaging, internal and external. Yeah, what do you tell to your employees? What do you tell to the customers? What is the exact wording? How do you communicate it when your website, when your email, when your traditional methods are down. This also means you have the telephone of the editor of the national news. Yeah, maybe this is something that part of the business recovery plan, of the incident response plan. Who speaks to the customers? Yeah, is it the legal department? Is it the technical department? Is it the guard on duty who is guarding the gate to the facility when the media comes to ask what's going on? Ideally, it should not be the guard, but in practice, it will happen if you don't have the plan. Technology then can facilitate the execution of this plan, but it cannot replace it. The recovery function then the response function is something like containing the fire once it's detected. In contrast, the recover function is about rebuilding the factory after parts of it have been damaged by the fire. Here too, I want to, with all the respect to the technology and to technical standards and to regulations, which they all have their own place, they typically fail to address, often by design, the recovery function, because they are designed to increase the likelihood that incidents will not occur. This is good, but it's not going to work because incidents will occur. We all know it from every part of our lives. Things don't go according to plans, things fail. And then you can do a lot of things on the spectrum between improvisation to a more or less coordinated execution of predefined procedures. So the low maturity is to improvise. Yeah, when you have a situation, okay, the IT in the hospital is down, what do we do? To something that actually medical sector is quite well versed in, performing under stress, emergency, doing things like triage, prioritization of resources, and so on, without the necessary resources and so on. So I'm going to stress here again that the recovery function of cybersecurity framework is mostly about the people and the organization. Technology only plays a secondary role. Of course, we should have things like backups of data. In more advanced systems, you will have redundancy, backups of actual systems. Let's say, for example, if you have a major bank, which is systemically important, in some jurisdictions, the regulators force the bank, eventually succeed to force the bank to build a hot backup. Basically duplicate the IT backend infrastructure of the bank in case that one of it suddenly catches fire or flood or whatever, the other one will kick in almost automatically into the action. Super expensive, but you can see that there is a big continuum between saying, okay, we're going to do prevention. If something happens, we will find someone responsible and punish him eventually, prosecute him. This is good, but not enough for the societal function, certainly not for critical infrastructure. And all the way up to forcing. Let's use a nicer word, working with the private sector to help them build the redundancy and recovery procedures. Ideally, the highest maturity level, which we are starting to achieve in some areas of critical infrastructure protection in the state of Israel, is where the ones who will be doing the recovery work, who will be providing the resources in times of crisis, be it human resources or technical resources, or who will be providing the funding for building the second side for a bank's infrastructure, are actually going to be the taxpayers through the government, and not just telling the private sector you have to spend more because you are important to us, but actually helping them. In the areas of incident response teams, which is the professionals who are highly skilled in performing under a situation, coming under stress, coming to an organization that has suffered a cyber incident, and starting to perform functions such as forensic evidence collection, such as prioritization and reestablishment of critical business function. These are in short supply. And there's a market failure, Because if every systemically important bank and then the power corporation and then the Ministry of Health will try to hire these people, we will simply be wasting resources because these people will be sitting idle 99% of the time ideally, or 80% of the time in the worst case situations. So one model could be where the state actually employs such teams either directly or through contracts with the private sector, and then uses this to help the national economy, to help the citizens, after all, which is the function of the state, to perform incident response in the most effective, efficient way and restore the functions. So again, there is a whole ladder of maturity from focusing exclusively on prevention and legislating, regulating the way for the operators of critical infrastructure, be they private or public, to do a better job in preparedness for incident response, all the way up to ideally what the states should do, because we have the same situation with the police and fire department and the military. Yeah? You need to take care, take precautions so you will not catch fire in your house. But eventually, we don't expect any city or any group of citizens to get their own fire truck and take turns in operating this. Finally, just last word about the NIST cybersecurity framework. It's a management blueprint. It's a management tool for non-technical personnel. This is something that is extremely useful to get a stronger understanding from the business owners and from the government, and eventually help allocate the right resources for the IT teams. Therefore, it's important that the technical staff also knows how to talk to the management in the right language and not in the technical jargon and technical expertise, which of course is their core function. This brings us to the last pillar, technology. This is where most organizations in the mature, let's say, developed economies still get it backwards. You see organizations spending ever-growing budgets on cybersecurity. You see surveys of large enterprise having anything between 50 to 120 cybersecurity solutions procured and implemented in their infrastructure. Nevertheless, the same people who bought this are coming every year to their bosses, to the public, and to the conference and say, oh, things are becoming worse. Threats are growing. Our resilience is weaker. The problem is because of the focus on the technological solutions, which actually do not solve too much of the bigger picture. Technology only performs a supporting function. So again, it starts with the basics that people have learned and codified in universities and in standards and regulations, business impact analysis, business continuity planning, the playbook that should be based on business impact analysis. And then also only after that, the technology comes into practice. There's a lot of excitement about automation of security operations, which is based on realities. It is true that many of the roles, like with everything with computing, many of the roles that we used to do manually using paper and pencil, using other tools, using Excel sheets, using email, can now be automated by machines. The criteria is simple. As long as you can clearly define the function, the desired output, and the scope, computers will do it better and more reliably than humans. So things like tier 1 SOC analyst or IT support call, these things are going extinct, but they will be replaced by new roles of the humans who will need to be able to monitor and operate and make use of the tools. Some of them using artificial intelligence and others are no, others only using automations. So no matter how good the artificial intelligence becomes, no matter how well the machine, the box, your firewall will automate and mitigate threats, it cannot replace the critical function of the humans and organizations who need to own and manage the risk, regardless of their technological maturity. AI cannot tell you what to do. It can only help you do things that you need to do faster and cheaper and more effectively. Things like things like AI agents are already a reality. Yeah, there are already companies which are selling in the scales of millions of dollars per month, with voice agents replacing human call support agents, resolving anything between 80 to 90% of incoming cases in natural language. Okay, of course, we're not talking about taking a paper, writing on it, and then going with it to some office. We're talking, it replaces actually things like web forms, things like incoming voice calls, like WhatsApp chats that some companies deploy. It's already there. Despite all the excitement and the justified excitement, it cannot help us in building resilience when we look beyond protection, when we talk about response and recovery to inevitable incidents that will always happen. So finally, I will just reiterate that yes, we are seeing great progress with technology. We are seeing every now and then we are seeing groundbreaking advances in many of the specific narrower domains of cybersecurity, risk management, and operations. But on a bright note, yeah, humans are becoming ever more important, and so are the organizational structures. So let's keep this in focus and always have the right balance, shifting away from unnecessary or too much expense on shining boxes and getting the basics done properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tabansky. You have academia bringing what we'd call here in Kenya info from the ground, kwa ground, as we say, kwa ground ni different. And just your experience of where you have been is really and greatly appreciated. Thank you again for your insights. At this point, I am going to introduce our panel moderator, and she will introduce the rest of the panelists. Mudeo Kimulu is a cybersecurity legal expert. When I did meet her, she says, "I am the first." Are you the first? No. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm just saying she's the first legal expert, and she's a legal cybersecurity legal expert. Hey, I stand corrected. And she will be moderating today this panel on the balancing security and civil rights. Now, those who asked about law and legislation in the other one, and what are we doing, this is the panel that you'll be hearing out. So put up your antennas. If we have time, we will take questions for that. But I'm going to invite the panelists who are present, Mr. Emmanuel Kata, George Aringo, Martin Koyabe, if you're here, Dr. Leo Tabansky. Again, I would like you here, Michael Murungi and Medina Ali, please. Please come and take your seats. And during that,
we have Sammy from KSAT, not Michael. Michael's not here.
All right. I will hand it over to you now, Mudeo.
Okay. Good morning, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and friends. It's my pleasure to welcome you to this timely and practical conversation on balancing security and civil rights in the digital realm. This session sits at the heart of our conference theme, Compliance by Design. It asks a straightforward question that perhaps doesn't have a straightforward answer. How do we build secure, resilient, and rights-respecting digital ecosystems at a time when technology shapes governance, commerce, and civic life? This panel brings together top experts in policy, global cooperation, operational response, and private sector resilience, and international digital resilience practice. Each panelist is here because they lead programs, design policy, run operations, or build technologies that matter for the balance we seek. Before we begin, I will invite each panelist to introduce themselves briefly. 1 minute per panelist and the work of their institution. Panelists, there should be a timer in front of you. It can be activated. That will help you ensure that you stay within your allocated time so we can use the session effectively and reserve time for questions from the floor. We will start with you, Secretary Kata.
Thank you, Mudeu. My name is Emmanuel Kata Kimeu. I'm Secretary ICT Security and Audit Control at the State Department of Information and Digital Economy, of ICT and Digital Economy, under the Ministry of Information, Communications and the Digital Economy. My experience starts way back in school when I did my master's. My thesis was more on viruses. That was in 1998. So from there, my path in IT security started, which turned to cybersecurity. And on coming, I went to private. So I've gone the whole 360. I've been a solution provider. I've been a distributor, providing solutions across what they used to call rest of Africa. That is all countries below the Sahara and except South Africa and also the Indian Ocean Islands. Then I moved around. I worked in a county, so I have that experience. And now I'm in the national government. So I have an experience around the whole circle, and I hope I'll be able to share that with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Dr. Leo Tabansky from the Tel Aviv University.
Okay, so my main affiliation is the Tel Aviv University. Yeah, this is not the University of the city of Tel Aviv, but one of 7 Israeli public research universities. And my academic background is the intersection of technology and war within the international relations discipline. I worked for some 15 years in IT, and currently in our cyber research center, we have been fortunate to win a tender by the World Bank, and I have led a team developing strategy recommendations in very diverse places regarding cybersecurity, from the West African Economic and Monetary Union to Central Asia to Sierra Leone, of all places. That was a great experience, understanding the challenges of the developing economies and figuring out new ways that some of them the World Bank has adopted and published in their public documentations in building capacities. And the topic of this session was practically the main issue in both developing and developed economies. Some 11 years ago, when we worked for the government of Singapore in their national cybersecurity strategy, this was the main issue, and it still remains today everywhere. So, thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll have Medina Ali. She's the president at Safe PC Solutions, all the way from Atlanta. Medina, your mic's not on.
Thank you so much again for inviting me and definitely being on the panel. My company, we are responsible for managing quite a bit of data. We are a managed service security provider. We have a focus on ed tech. So we manage, a lot of administrative data. So compliance is at the forefront. And I think this topic of, how do we balance security at the same time managing really managing human rights. And so I will kind of discuss some of the challenges that we're facing, particularly in the U.S., since there's a focus now on immigration. So just some, how we're helping local organizations get around and support the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union. Thank you.
Thank you. And then all the way from London, albeit from Kenya, Dr. Martin Koyabe.
Thank you so much to welcome me back here. My name is Dr. Martin Koyabe. I'm actually a tech enthusiast and a Kenyan by citizenship. Where I see it, I am a senior advisor with the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. The GFCE, as they are known, is based in The Hague. They have three very important components which will be relevant for this particular session. One is the function of bringing organizations to a common platform to discuss specific issues at a global level. The second aspect is to make sure that we share information, meaning every person in the world, in the globe, has access to information, has access to best practices, as we've said, so that they can learn and improve their environment. And then thirdly is the issue of what we call the exchange of need and supply. So you have a need and a supply. So we match member countries, especially in Africa and in the globe, organizations who have a need on cyber with a development partner or a donor agency or a donor country that can provide that particular need. And that has really worked very well, and we'll discuss more in this particular session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good
And
afternoon.
our final panelist is Sami Dungo from our national CERT, KCERT.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sami Ndungu. I'm a Chief Inspector of Police from DCI and also seconded at the National KCERT. Basically, what we do at KCERT on day-to-day work, we respond to cybercrime incidents. We also conduct digital forensic, that's on mobile, the computer, and network forensic. Also, we liaise with the online content providers for data disclosure and content removal. On my experience, I've been a police officer for the experience of 13 years now on the same profession of cybersecurity.
Thank you. So you can see we have an amazing panel. My name is Mutheu Nyaga Kimulu. I'm Kenya's first formally trained cybersecurity lawyer, having done my LLM in cybersecurity, counterterrorism, and crisis management in the Security Hub of the US, Maryland, and I'll be your moderator this morning. Panelists, I will now ask each of you one question, curated to your area of expertise, and you'll have 4 minutes each to answer. Our MC and the screen will prompt you when you have 1 minute left. My first question is directed to you, Secretary Kata. As a senior policy steward for Kenya's ICT security architecture, you must reconcile national security priorities and constitutional rights and international obligations. What specific policy and legislative steps should the ministry take now to ensure that our cyber laws and national strategies are embedded with compliance by design, they align to our continental and international instruments, and protect freedom of expression online?
Thank you. That's a topic we can discuss the whole day, but I hope I can be able to provide quick answers in 4 minutes. The first thing I'll say is, one, Kenya has an advantage of a very progressive constitution, and you'll understand why I'm saying a progressive constitution as we go by. Secondly is informing laws and all that. If you want to succeed, because of what the constitution prescribes today, and we all know, Kenyans, that public participation is a must on any law. For you to be able to succeed, you start at the inception stage when you're starting to create the laws and drafting the laws. The technical working groups that you're creating, make them all inclusive. Yes, have the technical people, and also have those in private practice, those in public sector, and also take the civil society into consideration so that you bring them all together. The technical people will ensure compliance, or what we call security by design, compliance by design, while we are still accommodating the the rights of the citizens of Kenya, which are well prescribed in the Constitution, in the Bill of Rights, and it's also a very progressive law for Kenya. So for you to succeed, when you get to the public participation stage, that technical working group should be all-inclusive as possible, so that when you go outside there, even the stakeholders that will be coming to give their public participation, their interests were already represented in the technical working group, and that way you'll be able to move faster. So inclusivity is a must for everybody. The other thing is recognize the Bill of Rights, and I always say the Bill of Rights, yes, it wasn't written during the age of social media and all that, but all what it prescribes is, and I like addressing the law in terms of the spirit, not really the letter of the law. Mother will maybe throw me out for that, but I look at the spirit. What does the spirit say? It's, you have every right to do anything, so long as you don't get to my nose. That's what I normally say. The minute you come near my nose, those rights stop there. And it's both physical and electronically. And so if we take care of that and be able to respect one another, so that we can be able, Kenya is one country, we have to accommodate each other in that small country and respect each other's rights. That's what I would say.
Okay. Actually, the law allows you, my rights end where they harm you. So we are together. Martin, my next question is directed to you, and you two will have 4 minutes to respond. GFCE supports international cooperation and capacity building. From your global vantage point, what practical models of assistance and partnership have worked to help states adopt rights-respecting enforcement? And how should Kenya and its neighbors prioritize capacity building to fight both cybercrime and protect civil liberties?
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me try and address this from two perspectives. So first of all, what are we doing in the continent of Africa in terms of bringing everybody together? And then looking at individual countries, and I think Kat has given a very good overview of Kenya for that matter. When you look at the continent, we came to a conclusion that there was less investment when it came to cyber in various countries. If you take India, for example, 10% of the budget for each ministry is used for ICT, which is a good example to make sure that you can enhance ICT, not just as a service, but as an enabler across the piece. In 2023, in November in Accra, the Global Forum on Cyber Capacity Building, we met with partners. This was in Accra, and we came up with a declaration that was compelling African countries to start looking at the Africa agenda on cyber capacity building. And this has now morphed into a declaration that was declared in Geneva in the 13th of May this year, coming up with what we are calling the Declaration on Capacity Building in the Continent. There are two specific items in that particular declaration which are very important. One is the issue around mobilizing resources towards the issue of cyber capacity building at individual countries, so that governments, public-private partnerships within those countries can be able to invest in cyber capacity building. And then secondly, there was a need to invest in securing, making sure that we have a secure and a resilience infrastructure, as the professor said earlier in his intervention, that we invest in making sure that we have a secure and resilient infrastructure. The meeting was very important in two aspects. One was that it was the first time a development partner came with cyber capacity building organizations to be able to work towards investing in securing our digital infrastructure. So what does that mean to member states? It only means that member states need to, first of all, invest more, put more budget when it comes to issue cyber, because of the magnitude and the transformative technology that we see ahead of us and the potential that we have. So therefore, investment is critical. Policy support and how we build policies around that is important. Within the regions, there is a bit of what we call the concerted efforts of cooperation. In the East African region, for example, we have the East African Community. We have the East African Communication Organization, which is IACO. that is working very, very closely to make sure that they are harmonizing laws within the region. And they're also making sure that all the member states adhere to specific tenets of those particular laws. So one of them, of course, is the Malabo Convention that we talked about yesterday, and others. The same is being applied in the SADC region. And in ECOWAS region, and I know, Professor, you've got a project there. So when you look at the ECOWAS region, and I know my very good friend Folake, they're working very hard to harmonize laws in that area so that they can be able to have cross-border data transfers and laws that are actually robust enough to make sure that we can curb cybercrime and so forth. So the continent itself and the member states are trying to move to the right direction. In terms of the assessment that we've seen from what has come out from the ITU's Global Cybersecurity Index, it shows a progressive path of member states. Nearly 6 member states in Africa are in tier 1 of the assessment, which is a huge progress. In East Africa alone, we have roughly about 3 member states in that particular tier 1. So what that means is that there's a lot of dynamism going on in this particular region. And as Carter said, the development of strategies is important. What we are saying is let strategy development be multi-stakeholder so that we have many people in there. I've done a lot of development of strategies in the continent, and one thing is that we never include the right people, especially finance people. And then when it comes to establishing, implementing the strategy, they'll tell you, we don't have a budget. So therefore, countries remain in a stagnation from the development of the strategy to the implementation because of that stagnation. Secondly, the prioritization of what should you be able to implement. As you rightly pointed out, we need to look at the prioritization of what comes first. You have to set the laws so that you can be able to implement other issues, like setting up institutions, making sure that you have an institution that is recognized within the law so that you can have that institution to do what it needs. So prioritization of what we implement is important. We need to have a robust nature of how we build our strategies. We need to review our strategies from time to time, and therefore have what we call a collective cooperative way of working across the continent. Thank you.
Thank you. Medina, first, thank you for breaking what I call manels, male-dominated panels, as women in tech rock. Medina, you lead secure managed services for thousands of customers and run education programs on blockchain and edtech. From the private sector and technical service delivery perspective, how should managed service providers, cloud operators, and edtech platforms build compliance by design so that they can support security objectives while protecting user rights and expanding inclusion?
Well, first of all, thank you for recognizing me as one of the few women in tech, and I want to recognize you being the first person of Kenya to have the cybersecurity law background. Right now, in the U.S., you all are in very high demand. But I want to also let you all know that Safe PC Solutions, we are a multi-stakeholder for the UN. I sit on the ICT open-ended working group. That's how I met GFC, the Global Forum for Cyber Expertise, and ended up in Geneva this past May. So I felt that I needed to get involved as a multi-stakeholder with the UN because I'd heard the word Global South, and I really didn't know what that word meant until they told me, well, Medina, that refers to, the African continent, the Caribbean, Latin American, people that look like you. I said, okay, so I do need to probably get involved so I can, bring a different perspective. One of the things that we've had the opportunity to do is through our EdTech program, we have developed training and programs for women and people of color. One of the things that we do have in the U.S., we have people who are poor. We have a huge working poor population that tends to be people of color. It tends to be our immigrant community. And one of the challenges we've had this past year Do we want to release some of that data? Do we want to release some of that information? So we went ahead and we had to retain an attorney with your background to ensure that we protect their information, because right now there's an initiative with our current president to send 1 million immigrants back home, which is very new for the U.S. because, you know, we were built on immigrants, and I think that's what made America great, was because of its diversity, and we have a lot of talent from these countries. I mean, I went to Cornell to grad school, and most of my colleagues were from all over the world, and I think that's what made Cornell great as a graduate school, because we were all very, very competitive. But it made me be able to be competitive within the world, the global world. And I think sometimes in America we tend to be isolated because we don't really leave the U.S. So again, I think right now the challenge that we face is that I think right now, I think the U.S., we were at the forefront at one point where we were trying to protect people's data and protect their human rights. And coming from Atlanta, which, you know, which was the founding of Dr. Martin Luther King, the founder of what we call the civil rights movement. At one time, the U.S. we were highly progressing, and I just feel like this past year we have been regressing. So I think that I'm going to continue to protect the data, abide by the data privacy laws, and just again, we have to think of the human element, particularly as AI has emerged. And again, AI is not going anywhere, but we have to look at every human being and try our best to treat them equally as possible. I hope that helps.
Thank you. My next question your way comes, Sammy. KCERT, and even with your DCI background, sits at the operational frontline of incident response. From this vantage point, how does KCERT ensure that incident handling, forensic collection, and cross-border cooperation are conducted in ways that protect privacy, maintain chain of custody, and build public trust?
Thank you. I'll start with protecting privacy. At KCERT, we are guided by the registration and our internal policies to prioritize on privacy of data and protection. The registration that governs us, we have the Data Protection Act of 2019. We also have Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act of 2018. When collecting data, that's when we respond to an incident of a cybercrime incident. We prioritize and focus on the necessary data and avoid collecting personal information. We also use secure channel of communicating the data, that is for evidential purposes or for recommendation. That's we use the proper channels to avoid unnecessary interference or access to the data. On the issues of the chain of custody, in handling digital evidence, that is from the point of seizure to reporting, we have internal ways of collecting and filling out the chain of custody form, which the form should capture the person handling the data, time and date, and of the purpose. And during the time of change, it also capture the person now receiving. By this I mean, when you collect until you reach the laboratory for services now, forensic, maybe it's a mobile phone or computer, it should be able to show the logs that it has gone through until the presentation in court. For when you're conducting now total forensic, we observe the code of conduct and our internal SOP. We don't work on the primary evidence. We clone the digital evidence. That is, we don't work on primary evidence for purposes of preservation of the data. You work on the secondary evidence, and this gives a room for, in case there are errors, someone else can conduct evidence, can conduct forensic and see whether the results are the same. We observe also the hash values generated by the forensic tools, so to authenticate the process. Issues to do with the storage of the digital evidence. That's from the point of collection until the point of presentation. The transportation of the digital evidence to avoid alteration or modification. We also observe that we observe the code of conduct and also the mode of storage are up to notch and technologically up to standard.
Thank you. Leo, your work spans national strategy, resilience frameworks, and critical infrastructure protection across multiple countries. From a strategic resilience perspective, what frameworks and governance structures should states and regional bodies adopt to assure both critical infrastructure protection and the preservation of civil rights in times of heightened cyber threat?
Yeah, so there's like we have to go back to first principles to address these things. Yeah, there's like a natural tendency to go after each current fashionable acronym. Yeah, now there's like a high season for AI strategies, AI ethics strategies, whatever. But it boils down to the same issues that were occupying classic philosophers 2,000 years ago, and if you want, you can also go back to the Bible. So we have to go back to these principles. There are different approaches to this. I mean, the ideal approach is to have a constant, effective political process in which the elected officials and the public servants get feedback from the public, what feels right, what doesn't feel right, and ideally respond to it in the most frictionless way as possible and adjust the course. Yeah, that's of course the ideal, and the implementation of this differs. It can never be perfect. Now, one issue is clear also in the first principles. There are big differences in capabilities and control of capabilities. In our age, this is clear regarding the building blocks of computing, cybersecurity, and today AI. We basically have two major players. On the one hand, China that succeeded in developing their own version that serves economic and political social goals of this country. On the other hand, we have the Western, developed primarily and continue to be concentrated in the United States for various obvious reasons. Now, with that being said, no matter which one do you like, you have basically two major suppliers or providers of the infrastructure that we all use. And you can, I mean, I'm all for meetings in Geneva and in Washington and Paris, but the realities of international politics are quite clear. We can talk, people will talk, but eventually those who have control will be able to exercise this control for various purposes. Therefore, I think that going back to the notion of competitive advantage or comparative advantage, the challenge is for each society to identify the things or the aspects that this particular society cherishes and finding ways, or if you want, hacking the system to make sure that the things that you want will be more or less available to you, regardless of the fact that none of us will be able to replicate entirely the infrastructure itself. And this control, it's no longer theoretical. Yeah, it has been weaponized in international relations terms. We see the tensions escalating between China and the United States. We see the sanctions on Russia, and we see more and more examples. So the call to action is to have every society, if you want every nation state, to figure out what's really important to them and start focusing on how they can secure this little piece of the pie while acknowledging the realities that you can never exercise meaningful control on the behavior of the bigger and more dominant layers.
Thank you. Thank you to our distinguished panelists for a rigorous and practical discussion. You know, key words that have stuck out is inclusivity from inception. In Kenya, alignment with our 2010 constitution, that's one of the most progressive in the world. Multi-stakeholderism, you know, investment. We can talk the talk, but we need to put the money to back that walk. We've also talked about evidence and how the chain of custody is done with the hash values. And the hash values, for those who don't understand, means that they're incorruptible, unlike our paper logs. So once it's in the system, it cannot be corrupted. We've heard clear vision, operational realities, private sector implementation, and international cooperation perspectives. Precisely the combination this moment demands. As we close, I ask each of us to take away 3 commitments. First, make rights impact assessments a routine step in lawmaking, policy design, and procurement. Second, resource and pilot regional threat intelligence sharing and interoperable incident response so that our security measures are effective, proportionate, and accountable. Third, institutionalize independent oversight and public reporting so trust grows as capability grows. Security without rights is fragile. Rights without security are vulnerable. Compliance by design is not a trade-off. It's a deliberate choice to embed both principles from the outset. Thank you to our panelists for sharing your expertise so eloquently. And thank you all for your attention, and God bless you all. I don't know if I'll have time for one question, but if we have no time left, we're here the whole day. These amazing panelists are here. This conference is not just about listening to us speak. It's a chance for you to network and speak one-on-one with people who you may never get a chance to be in the same room with. So make the best opportunity of that. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Mudeo. I kindly request the panelists to congregate right in the middle of the platform there for our picture, for posterity. Once again, I want to reiterate what our moderator has said. Conferences of these are places where we interact, so don't feel like you cannot speak to them. I mean, you have the Secretary for ICT right here, and is open for interactions and engagement. So you are most welcome to engage them there on after.
And he's very friendly.
Very friendly gentleman. Yes. You have a cybersecurity expert professor from Tel Aviv University who is right here. And you have other global players which are right up here on the stage. So you're most welcome to engage them. They don't bite. They're open for engagement and conversations. Karibu, let's appreciate them one more time. Oh, by the way, we also do have people from law enforcement with DCI over here and who are able to take your comments and they can interact with you more and more.
Okay, I'm a bit of a bully. Clap louder for my panel. They were so amazing. Come on. Thank you.
Thank you. Medina, don't go too far. You're right here. Medina, as she has said, all protocols observed, and she did introduce herself earlier. But let us give her maybe another 5-10 minutes to hear what she has to say, specifically from what she brings to this conversation about cybersecurity here at Cyber Africa. We appreciate the posture that you've taken and the value conversation you're pushing. Don't apologize. Just do what you need to do. All right.
Well, I was asking him, was I a bit too radical when I said Africa should be building their data centers? So I just want the mindset to change a little bit to be at the forefront of the world instead of always looking at the US as the leaders. So that's what I was thinking. But he said it was okay. So but I welcome your opinions. I welcome your advice. So is my PowerPoint ready? I brought a huge PowerPoint and a sway page of resources, and I wanted you all to have the information. So I guess I will wait in 5 minutes, or did he want me to start? Let me see. Give me a okay. And my topic is going to be on AI governance and security, building trust through responsible innovation. Mm-mm. Um, I think I might have to. Or I can. Yeah, that's what he told me. Okay, okay. Well, I mean, I would have to bring out my laptop out. I could. Yeah, okay, okay. That's okay. That's okay. I'll give you a second. You'll open your mind. Laptop.
I apologies. We're having a mix-up with a presentation that was sent for to be produced up over there. I'm going to call Bonnie. Bonnie, if you please do come. Um, Bonnie from Google, to do come and let us have your presentation because yours is ready. And then Medina, we will have you immediately right after him. So Bonnie's presentation is available right now. And Medina will come to us right after him. Bonnie Lisuza is a representative of Google Africa, and he'll be speaking on unlocking AI opportunities in Africa. Bonnie, karibu.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be here, and thank you as well for making time to this conference. The MC has just told me that I have less than 10 minutes to do this, so I'll try as much as possible to do justice to the time that we have. I'm glad to be part of these conversations, and I have a brief presentation here that we're entitled Unlocking AI Opportunities for Africa. And this, we are making it in recognition of the fact that where we sit currently, we can no longer ignore the impact of how technology disrupts everything. And just the way digital came to disrupt our way of life a few years ago, we cannot talk about tech without necessarily looking at the lens of AI. So when we look at how we are using AI, because at the end of the day, it is the usage of technology that determines our next progressive steps. So how are we looking at AI? And when we talk about compliance by design, how exactly are we supposed to do that? So we come from the school of thought that technology has to go hand in hand with the necessary compliance mechanisms. And the more we get to that, the better it becomes for every other person moving forward. I think there's a slide mover that I need to use. Yes. So my topic will be on unlocking some of the AI opportunities for Africa, and then see how to combine this conversation with the topic of the workshop, and that is compliance by design. So our intention was to look at a few things, and that is basically how, in terms of where we come from and how we are managing this conversation, we want to understand the potential of AI, of course, across Africa's key sectors, and just some of the enablers and challenges of AI adoption, and how then to embed the conversation of compliance by design. And we shall tell you some of the work that we are doing at Google, just to ensure that we are part of this conversation. Now, we know very well that research tells us currently there are four main things that are driving something we're calling now digital tsunami. And that is we are looking at internet, we are looking at data, we are looking at mobile, and then we are looking at social. That when you look at the interaction of these four factors, they're creating such a powerful move that is either bringing together people who are adopting it or people who are being left out. And every day we see challenges of exclusion because of affordability, because of infrastructure, and so forth. So there are various mechanisms that we are looking at. There are various things that we are asking questions in terms of the African AI opportunity. Do we have the best or the mechanisms needed for us to drive this conversation? And when you're looking at, I think for purposes of time, we will not go through conversations from a discussion point of view, but we'll just try to see how exactly have we managed the conversation of technology in Africa. And you'll agree with me that we are making very significant steps in the conversation on technology. And there's some statistics that are maybe helping us share these confidence moving forward. When you look at the combined forces of tech and trade, we are saying that this has helped lift over 1 billion people out of extreme poverty over the last 30 years. And we know that this is partly because of how our population, especially Africa's young and eager population, is embracing the use of this technology. We also know that research by Goldman Sachs says that AI could actually boost global labor productivity by 1.4% and increase global GDP by over 7% over the next 10-year period. And that the question of productivity, we have seen that according to McKinsey, generative AI has the potential of boosting labor productivity by as much as 0.6% annually until 2040. And of course, all these things will depend on how this technology is adopted and aligned with other things that, that we are doing. So we know very well that at the heart of this movement, especially in Africa, we also have to think about how cloud is coming to play into this particular space. And one of the things that we're seeing with the cloud technology here is that it has helped a lot of what you call the drone technology, helping us deliver. I think one of the panelists here talked about monitoring fertilizer distribution in Kericho. You're looking at what is happening in Rwanda in the medical field and so forth. So we know very well that cloud enables us to enhance our infrastructure, but we can also rely on it to accelerate our economic growth. Because again, if you look at the number of tech startups that we've seen between 2020 and 2021, that number is about 5,200, and it keeps increasing day in, day out, which tells you that we are not stopping, and we have therefore to incorporate everything we are doing in our conversations so that we scale these effectively. As far as AI opportunities again for Africa are concerned, we're saying that we are making steps in terms of expanding Africa's connectivity. Right? And one of the things that you're seeing is that due to the C cables, the fiber optic cables that we are working with, for example, the Equiano cable that starts off from Portugal all the way to Togo, Nigeria, Namibia, and South Africa. And then we have the cable then that looks at the connection between now Kenya all the way from Australia. We're giving enough, the Umoja cable gives us enough confidence that we are also, as Kenya, we are also part of the progress that we are making. But it's not just about Kenya anymore. It is about every other player in Africa that we are working with. So we know that technology will be at the heart of every conversation that we are making. That's why when the infrastructure foundation is well enabled, then it makes it easier for us to leapfrog our development. And we know very well that other things like electricity and network coverage are just some of the key enablers that we are talking about. So generally, where can AI have an impact, and why is this conversation so important for us today? We are talking about AI in governance. We are talking about AI in culture. We are talking about AI in education. We are talking about AI in healthcare. We are talking about AI in job creation. And just for a few minutes, we shall look at what exactly are some of these things just as we wrap up. Let us look at governance, for example, and how maybe from the government of Tunisia, they're using this technology to be able to demystify public participation and be able to generate documents, for example, the budget 2021, that helps citizens understand what government priorities for investments are likely to be. How they're using this particular AI to be able to demystify fraud within the government systems and drive transparency at a government level. But you also know that through this AI, we can see how public engagement is also being driven. Nowadays, there's a lot of need for us to think about the public sentiment when we are doing public participation, when we are launching projects. In Kenya, we are having now conversations about the youth empowerment, the Nyota program, and we start that conversation by looking at what is the reception of the market towards such programs. So when you use AI to naturally talk about the different sentiments, it makes it easier for us to know what interventions can we make to the public and so forth. Beyond that, we also talk about disaster management, and we are in a period where we saw experiencing some disaster in Jamaica. I think this morning you're looking at moving to Cuba and all those things. And you're saying that there's a lot of potential in using AI to be able to help boost crop yields through improved weather forecasting, developing drought-resistant crops, and also optimizing water usage, which is estimated that all these things can bring about economic impact of about 23 billion USD by 2030. But that is not enough, right? We also see that as far as culture is concerned, there's still possibility for us to look at how to use AI to preserve our culture. And we're looking at how we can digitize the knowledge that we have, how we can archive all this information. And if you look at what, let's say, Project Relate is doing right now, is trying to bring about the specific nuances of how we communicate to ensure that we don't lose that essence of our conversation. How then do we incorporate Sheng our Shembeteng in Kenya, the Gen Z language, because in our generation, I think the term it's giving was totally different from what it now means currently, right? In our generation, I remember there's a time the word nyonga was very specific to strangle. The direct translation was strangle, right? Now you can imagine a matatu conductor trying to tell the lorry driver trying to tell nyonga upande wako, and the direct translation that are you strangling the car to your side and something like that. So what Translate project is actually trying to do is to preserve those kind of nuances so that they are not lost in the translation, the basic translation. And that way, we are doing projects around Bible literacy translations and everything that therefore can be very useful in that regard. Beyond that, we are also seeing the impact of AI on education. And I think Daktari had mentioned here, can we have programs where we can talk about young people and encouraging them to study according to their pace? And a program like M-Shule is coming on board to help just look at this interaction. Finally, and I think due to time, we can also look at the impact of AI on job creation, which is something that we mentioned a few minutes earlier. Now, what are we saying, and why is this as far as compliance is concerned? The most important thing is this, that we are seeing that we have universal applications of AI. But to make proper use of this conversation, we have to go ahead and ensure that when we are setting up these mechanisms, we get it right from the word go. So we look at compliance. The surface area for use of tech is so wide, and the wider the surface is, the more likely that we're going to have abuse of the same. So when we see that we are looking at AI from so many perspectives, it's important for us then to say, can we get this compliance right from the word go? So we don't look at compliance as a deterrent. We look at it as a safety belt that we know that we are on a highway. So when we get it right from the word go, we are at least assured that we shall get there better and sound as all of us. So that is all I had for you in this time. There's a section that we like you just to fill some feedback. I think for the presentation, there's a QR code. Maybe, Bernard, if you could just move to the very end of the presentation, where the audience can just take that and then have a brief, if you have any queries on the work that we are doing, how we are working with different stakeholders, well and good, we shall always be happy to answer that. But thank you so much for your time, and enjoy the rest of the sessions.
Thank you, Bonnie, for those words. The QR code, gentleman up there, Bernard, if you could, just for the last presentation, the last slide where he said the QR code is there for people to queue that. At this stage, Medina, I think we've got ourselves together. I apologize for that mix-up. Your slides are ready for presentation. So, karibu sana, as we'd say here in Kenya.
Oh, okay, okay. So, okay, thank you all. So, again, my workshop today, well, only 10 minutes presentation, is on AI governance and security, building trust through responsible innovation. Next slide, please. So, you know, throughout the day, we have really been talking about AI, artificial intelligence. And I want to emphasize again that as it becomes integral across all of the industry's robust governance and a framework is a must. So what this workshop outlines is an approach to AI middleware design grounded on role-based access controls and comprehensive data measure practices. Okay, good. We're not going to have time to go into all of the details. This will provide an overview. I do have a document that I'm going to provide to all of the participants, which goes into detail of what we're calling now the AI management system called AIMS. So, okay, wait a minute. So why AI governance matters. Earlier, I was on a panel and we were talking about ethical design, the human element, which is critical. Then we got into the human rights, how we're protecting data privacy as we navigate through cybersecurity and AI. So without proper governance, we already are now starting to have bias. We're having deep fakes. We're having people misuse AI through social media. They're bringing back actors who have died, who, creating fake AI as if they were still alive. So there's this huge need now for AI governance. I'm also a global ambassador for the Global Council for Responsible AI. And our whole purpose is to ensure that we come up, and we're still in the process of developing our framework, that creating a global framework around AI governance. But before I get to AI governance, I want to talk about data governance and cybersecurity real quickly, because we are still not there. And what I mean by data governance is, so right now AI has been the new disruptor, right, in information technology. Well, 30, 40 years ago, it was the internet. And now we can't live without the internet. We can't live without our mobile phones. We email, we text every day. Is there anyone in the audience that does not send a text message in a day? They just say, you know what, let me just close my mobile phone. I'm not gonna text. I'm not gonna go on a social media for one day. Does anybody do that? Not Dr. Kate. We can't use you. I'm talking about the audience here. The speakers are not allowed. Is there anyone in here for one day? Think about it, where you do not use the internet, you do not email, you do not text, and you say, you know what? I'm just going to take a break from my mobile phone for just one day. Oh, okay. That's great. Okay. So we have one person. Two. Okay. Okay. One day. Okay. Are you able to go 2 days? Can anyone go 2 days? Oh, you can? Okay. You're just joking with me. So you do go 2 days. Huh? 1 week? You go without your internet, out emails, and out doing text messages. And you're not in school? Okay. But anyway, the issue that we're facing with data governance right now is that we lack a lot of leadership. We have a lot of the tools. We do have the tools to prevent ransomware. We have the training on how to prevent email phishing. We have the resources. The challenge is implementation, right? So now in the cybersecurity world, in the private sector cybersecurity world, we are rushing for data governance. We're implementing incident response plans. We're training. We're doing pen testing. We're developing remediation plans every quarter. We're doing vulnerability scanning weekly right now. That is the reality of the cybersecurity world. We're documenting all that information and we're trying to ensure compliance. Because the challenge is we're trying to ensure things are implemented from a data governance perspective, particularly for companies who are fastly adopting AI and becoming what we're saying now an AI first company. Has anyone ever heard of that terminology? Becoming an AI first company. So these are just some of the things that John wanted me to discuss. So I hope you enjoy. Okay. Before we get to that, I had the opportunity to meet John of CyberPro when I was at the Global Forum for Cyber Expertise in Geneva, Switzerland. And this is a slide where I'm showing in order to begin to combat data governance and improving cybersecurity awareness, I built a training platform, which is it's a cybersecurity awareness training, but you learn it on a generative AI platform. There's a whole module dedicated to generative AI, and we created the AI agent. If you see that, that is Superhero Ali. And how many of you all have heard of the AI agent? Raise your hand. Okay, just a few people. Does anyone want to volunteer and describe what the AI agent is? Or you all want me to say it? Does anyone want to? You sure? You don't want to say what it is? You raised your hand. So the AI agent is a digital twin. And so Superhero Ali is my digital twin. I have fed everything about me and my personality into the algorithm. And I'm using the AI agent for the purpose of training. Okay? And so what we did when we built the training is we implemented a core framework around responsible AI. And these are the key elements: role-based access controls, ethical guardrails. We talked about that earlier. Comprehensive data privacy measures. We just talked about that on the panel on balancing security and civil rights. These foundations protect institutional knowledge, intellectual property, but more importantly, public trust. And that's why this is so important. Right now, there is not a lot of trust in AI. People feel they're going to lose their jobs because of AI. People feel they're going to be replaced. There's a lack of understanding. Also, there's lack of algorithms being built and developed by people of color. Okay. So I just want to say responsible AI is a strategic imperative. I don't have that much time left. I also mapped out the ISO IEC 42001 clauses, which are core to the guidance of the AI governance. Clause 4 is organizational context, Clause 6 is planning, Clause 8 is operational controls, Clause 9 is performance evaluation. Clause 10 is continuous improvement. These align with AI safety and governance principles. You will get a copy of those principles and a copy of this presentation. Call to action: embed responsible AI practices throughout the system life cycle. And that's my call to action. Oh, and then, oops. If you want to contact me, of course, this is me, Superhero Ali, my digital twin. You can email me here. You can contact me on WhatsApp, and that is my LinkedIn profile. Any questions? I know I ran over time. Does anyone have any feedback? Let me know. But please reach out to me. One of the challenges that I've expressed to John and that we're very interested in to do for the Kenyan School of Government is to train the students on how to build their own AI agents, as well as go through the cybersecurity awareness training. And we have a whole module dedicated to the UN, the United Nations, what we discuss as a multi-stakeholder or ICT. And then also we're building a platform around AI digital literacy. And so I told him that I wanted to ensure that the students get access to the platform, but more importantly, they start learning how to build their own AI agents. So any questions? I hope this was helpful. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Medina. Thank you, Medina. She has given her contact. She's still with us during the afternoon, so we can interact with her. I'm going to ask the guys at the slide projection, please, the QR code for Google, if you could, just for that last presentation, so that those who want to interact with Google thereafter, Bonnie had done that. If you could do that before we go to our next presenter. Frederick Ogore from Daystar University is Director of Spatial AI and Emerging Technologies, who will be coming up shortly. Frederick, where are you? Oh, you're there, yes. So before he starts, just put up that AI, sorry, not the AI, the QR code, tafadhali, before he does that. I wish I could sing a song, you know, so that we can, there it is. So if you guys want to scan that QR code, we'll leave it up for maybe another, maybe 10, 15 seconds as Frederick gets situated here. Thank you for your patience. Just oversight on my communication with the people up over there. I apologize for that. Are we all sorted with that QR code? Thank you. We're all sorted out with that QR code for Google Africa. Frederick, please do come up. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. If you still are in need of that QR code, please let me know. We can put it up and project it with you. We still do have it. Thank you. Frederick is going to be speaking to us right now for the next 10 minutes or so before we break for lunch.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon. And it's just about to be lunchtime, so I stand in between, so I'll take the shortest time because I see some energy levels. You know, we Africans, so I know we need some energy. Some of us need to eat ugali, some of us fish. I was asking if there is some nyama choma around. I come from around Kitengela, so we have a lot of nyama choma. Otherwise, thanks. I come from Daystar. Recently, the Vice Chancellor, through just an initiative, launched the Spatial AI Center. where we're able to bring the immersive experience into the classroom, because we have science, we have just different science courses, we have law, we have, but you know, the scarcity of labs. So it's a way of just helping our students improve their, just delight students through such experiences. So, but besides that, I have a very short time to talk about, privacy engineering in terms of how to design tools and approaches to embed privacy, especially privacy and compliance in designs. This intrigued me. Actually, if you look at this photo, it tells you about the giants. There is Mozilla, there is Microsoft, and then there is Google. And there are a lot of battles that are going on in terms of privacy. Some saying, oh, there is a lot of loss of data and a lot of things that are happening. The second one, because of time, there is these ongoing battles. Some of them are even court cases. So look at this, and it's all around privacy. There are battles on privacy, each company having some issues with the other one. Look at this. This is another very interesting one in terms of consumers that are willing to share their data. This according to just some reputation app. And look at this. And this shows you how people are willing to share their data. Many times without even checking the settings, you know, and some of the application developers are smart. They make, you know, that readme, right, what do you call it? They make sure it is very long so that you have no time to read. So you just put next, and you sign into things that you're actually not aware. Now look at this, because of time, there is also concerns about misuse of data. Some of it is a bit old, 2024, but this shows you the status of privacy in terms of privacy issues. There is another one. This is Facebook, notorious one. So, and then there is another one. I want you to see. This is quite an old one. Why there was an exodus from Facebook. Why majority of people started leaving Facebook. It was also because of our privacy issues. And look at the percentages. And then a closer one. I think this was Nivas. There was theft of data and many other things. I think I could go on and just illustrate why privacy is important and why we should design with privacy in mind. I come from a software engineering background, and so privacy must be something that is considered at the inception of software design or system design. So when you talk about privacy, of course, we understand its users' ability to control their own data and only to release it or give it to release it when they feel it is fit to release it. And any unauthorized access becomes a violation of that user's rights. But in privacy engineering, we are looking at a more of a systematic approach, is more of a methodological approach to include need for privacy in the design, especially at the inception. As software developers or system designers come up with these systems, it becomes part of the requirements engineering. That means we are able to have very clear specifications and very clear requirements before even we start designing software. And we have a lot of data in terms of violations that are already happening. We can see Kenya Data Network and just the different sources. We can actually gather a lot of desktop resources and see how we can protect users. Something else, we must understand that privacy is imperative, is something that is critical, is a need for individuals and organizations to ensure that data privacy, especially in this evolving space, we see AI that is coming up, is actually adhered to. Something else, it's something that we must understand that privacy is now at the core of is now a core design principle. It's not an afterthought like many years ago. We design software and then we begin to think about security and privacy, but it must be something that is built alongside, parallel to system designs. So we have more regulations that can actually help us especially those who are in the software world, on the software engineering field. So because users demand privacy and control of their data, so we need to ensure that there is that compliance. Sorry, I think this is interesting. Look at this. So in terms of managing privacy, there are already tools, because that's what I was asked to talk about. Tools that are able to help us review privacy test settings in terms of users being able to adjust their settings just to ensure that they are not providing information they should not be providing. So we have a lot of tools that are there. Users being advised or being equipped to understand app permissions in terms of to control what they should give and what they should not give. Just enabling, we also have tools that are able to, in terms of enable security, we have security features that are on most applications, and then an option to opt out, just in case somebody feels their data or they are not secure with using particular applications. So these are design issues. Now, the foundation is actually to ensure it's proactive and not reactive. So design in terms of emphasizing that and trying to anticipate or proactively foresee what are some of the common challenges around privacy or violations that are there, and proactively design systems to mitigate that. So we need to emphasize in terms of preventing privacy issues just before they occur, but also ensure that privacy as a default model. So ensuring that privacy is automatically protected without sometimes even the user's intervention. And then, as I've said, ensuring that we promote, embed into the design. As I've said, we ensure there is full life cycle. Sorry, the light is too much. We ensure there is a full life cycle protection throughout the entire lifetime of the data, from collection of that data into putting it into the system, dissemination, and etc. We ensure there is protection of that particular data, especially on storage devices. We ensure transparency in terms of openness, clarity in privacy practices, and end-to-end security or encryption techniques should be there, especially as we design this software. And lastly, respect for user privacy in terms of upholding the rights and the preferences of users. It's also important that we, in terms of what I've already said, we integrate privacy from the start, especially in system development. And privacy is not just maybe about system, but also the IT infrastructure, even how we build buildings, and ensuring that physical privacy is also adhered to. Coming up with compliance frameworks to ensure that adherence to regulations, especially what is already been provided guidelines by the government. And also because privacy builds trust. So we ensure that every system that is built, it is actually gives confidence to the users. So builds confidence in system security. And then the issues of integrity. So the shift is towards privacy. As we have seen, there is a lot of violations by some, if you read some of the available resources in terms of findings and reports that exist. So we need to move to compliance in terms of the design process. So we should move from compliance after design into compliance just before design or alongside the development life cycle, especially in the software development life cycle framework. So as we have said, there must be integration of privacy early in the system life cycle and alignment with the legal and just the existing frameworks that are there. For example, user consent design integrated into the app flows. Those are some of the things we must consider as we design security systems that are secure and support privacy. So many tools exist, which I don't want to actually talk about each one of them, but you can actually see we have a lot of tools that exist in terms of modeling threats and trying that help in terms of handling threats that may come on systems. So We have these frameworks. We have some of them, tools and frameworks that can be adopted. And then, as I've said earlier, in the system development life cycle, of course, we know we begin by requirements gathering. We need to define clear privacy goals. We also need to ensure that the design, especially privacy patterns, are actually embedded within. At the implementation stage in system design, we must enforce security measures to ensure that maybe passwords and the different security clearances must be adhered to. And then testing, ensuring that user privacy in terms of issues like maybe automated compliance, etc. And also there must be a way we should monitor. There must be a way we trace or we track any abuse. So there must be something to monitor breaches. And of course, we have a lot of tools that are able to do that, as I've shared before. And then maintenance in terms of continuous audit and reporting, because some of the softwares we have, especially with the artificial intelligence coming into full force, we should ensure that there is continuous audit so that we are able to understand how even privacy and violations, they are also evolving alongside the violations that are happening, because there will always be people to violate. So we must ensure that there is continuous audit. Some of the case studies, sorry, I'm rushing because of the 10, how many minutes to go? Okay. So some of the case studies, I highlighted some of the case studies that are there, especially Apple is actually one of the system or one of the company that has fully integrated part of the privacy in terms of ensuring that there is need for request permissions for cameras and etc. and most of the devices, of course. And so we must ensure that privacy is actually part of the design. That's my encouragement, especially to the development people who are in development or implementation of secure systems. Otherwise, thank you. I hope this enlightens you. Sorry for the pressure around, but I hope that you have received something and you understand how to secure your system. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Frederick. My takeaway of that is we design first. Privacy by design, at the design stage. Again, it's about how we build our foundations. Thank you very much for those insights. Once again, he is still available here. Daystar University also do have their stand here that you could visit and interact with them more. We've come time for lunch. You can sign for that. Lunch is being served now. Those of you who are here for the very first time, it's at the Margaret Kobia dining hall. If you'd exit this building this way, how you came in, and turn left. Follow the road. On your left, you'll have a parking lot, and after the parking lot is the dining hall there. It is 2:03. We shall be meeting here at 2:50. We'll be coming here at 2:50. So we have about 45 minutes for lunch. We'll come here for the afternoon session. To our speakers, I'm going to ask that you please do remain here. We are going to direct you with something else. So for our participants, tafadhali, our lunch is being served. Once again, to the exit, turn left. It is the next building on your left, the Margaret Kobia Dining Hall. Thank you, and we'll see you later in the afternoon at 2:50. Thank you.